So, as you will see in a second, and as you probably saw if you saw the social media post, I did a little bit of poking around before we started today because something was bugging me. A couple things were bugging me, actually. One, I'm going to show off before we move at all, and that is this ability here. The beast move we were shown before actually lets you jump farther. I wanted to test it out because I kept forgetting to use it after we got it yesterday. So, I tooled around with it. It makes you hit stupidly hard by comparison to normal. But as you see, it drains the light blue meter rather quickly. So it's definitely a use as a last resort move for the most part, I would say. But it will probably be handy for reaching a couple things we couldn't reach before. Now, the other thing is, you may notice, those that were very attentive, that there's a couple openings on the map down here that weren't here before. Specifically, one right here, and one down here, as well as one right here. Because I walked back through this cave because I was suspicious of something. Because I sat thinking, where did I miss something in this place? Because upon reflection, it didn't add up that the remaining goblets were going to be relating to anything up here. I know I gave an excuse for it yesterday, but that was me grasping at straws and trying to dodge the potential that there was going to be a serious issue as far as the goblets go. So I poked around and hit all of the walls throughout this place down here, and cracked open 3 hidden walls. Now, there's something special about this one down here, but we'll get into that after we deal with the one that's right here next to the checkpoint. And I feel kind of silly about this one. I can't believe I didn't check this, but apparently I didn't hit this wall when we were here before. I think it's because I was in survival mode mentally during a lot of that. I was very much like, I'm going to die if I make a misstep. I need to just be like full on guard. Which I'd mentioned when we were doing all of that yesterday, that I was suspicious of the cave because of how much trouble we had getting through it. Oh yeah, and in my walk through the cave, you'll notice we have a few more bits of currency than we did before. I really should spend that before something stupid happens, now that I think about that. Because I meant to save that for when you guys were able to see me spend it, so people weren't like, how much grinding do you do off screen? This doesn't add up. This way people know that I didn't purposely go out of my way to make money. That all 25,000 of that just about was from walking back through the cave a couple times because I died a couple times on the way back through it. We will obviously be taking advantage of that because this game has been kicking me around enough that honestly we probably needed it anyway. So now we've got A scaling for dexterity for the whip, which will make the whip fantastic. We'll go ahead and bump up the sword. Because honestly, as much as I like the whip, the sword has been serving me better in places like the cave. Is the hit stun on it's a bit better. Now this admittedly did like spend all of the money, aside from enough to get 1 level, but 1 level could still make a pretty hefty difference for us. And I did get one answer as far as why our health went up. Apparently, as you get progression items, according to some people, you gain immediate max health and such increases, which makes sense. Because I had attributed it to level, But in the times I checked, it also lines up with when we got things like the air dash and the wall breaking, beast form, etc. So since over here to the right's looking like a fairly significant path, though, let's go back through the cave first, and then we'll go back over there afterwards. God damn ice. Ah. You may also notice that I lowered the volume just another touch, because it seemed like the volume was close to right, but with the settings in game, I couldn't quite tune it to the level I wanted to. So I did a little bit of Windows adjustment before we started here today. It should be a nearly unnoticeable difference. But if it is noticeable, that's a good thing, because that means that fixed the problem. Oh, mistakes were made. Mistakes were made. I also do think that that 8% crit rate increase we got from the charm is actually making a pretty significant difference. I'm seeing a lot more critical hits, which makes sense because it basically doubled our crit rate compared to where it was before. Again, if it's a flat stacking instead of it being 8% of the percentage I already had, which could go either way on that one. More likely, though, to be straight adding. I don't think we have a total anywhere for that kind of information, though. Because, like, we have a lot of information here, but you'll notice the crit rate isn't one of the things listed here. But our weapon only had, like, a 3%, and then the charm added 8. So, in theory, we should be at an 11%, which matches up with how often it's been happening. Which is to say, not often, but when it does, whoo, boy, does it do. These guys are still so upsetting. Good time for that hit stun to happen. There we go. I'm still willing to assume that part of why the sword's doing as well as it is in here is that since this is an ice area, these guys are weak to fire. Before anybody's like, wow, the sword must just be really good. It's like, well, it's good for its situation. Just like any weapon, it is good where it is meant to be good. This is what I was talking about when I said I noticed something interesting around over here. The same ghosty shapes we saw in the Hall of Mirrors after getting the second skin. There was a wall here. The skulls led me to this wall, I broke it open, and I refused to go in until you guys were able to see what I find in here. Because I don't know what we're getting into going down here. The fact there's a checkpoint here, though, means maybe this is pretty significant. Banks of the Moonshade Lake. Wasn't the Moonshade Lake mentioned in a note somewhere? 5 more healing injections. I am suddenly very nervous. Demi-shade or... I don't know if it was one of the characters that said something about Moonshade Lake, or if it was one of the notes. Or if it was flavor text on a weapon or something. I know I saw the name Moonshade Lake before. A lot of swords stuck in the water here. And kind of spooky, like, moon thing up there, which I presume is where it gets its name. Oh, boy. Can't see a damn thing. Gonna get eaten. This is a Oh. Great. It's just Ice Edwin. Joy. I am so happy. It's dying reasonably quickly, though, so this might not be too awful. I did not mean to get into a situation like this right out the gate, though. This was mistakes. But Illigarth, I think, was mentioned as well, so I think we do know what's going on with this. I just don't remember right now. Oh, he covers a lot of ground with that. Okay. Good for you. He's pulling out the real moves now. Yeah, just keep doing moves like that. I can handle moves like that just fine. And I think I have set him on fire at this point. No, I haven't. He's not glowing orange yet. I swung one too many times. That's the one unfortunate thing with the sword, is it is more prone to... I misread that entirely. It is more prone to me getting stuck in my animations. So that fight's not terrible. But I think I'm not gonna do that right this second. I want to warm up a little bit more with the game before doing a fight like that, I think. Since it has been basically 24 hours since I did anything significant with this game. Literally all I did today was run through this cave like 4 times, dying stupidly a bunch of times. Situations like that, in fact, actually, yeah, that's a pretty good example of the kind of things that happened to me. Hooray for unintentional examples. God damn timing. Well, bye, idiot. There we go. How are we doing on heals? About half of what I bought last time has been run through. That's a sad thing to hear, but also not surprising. Now, the only unfortunate thing about walking all the way over here is gonna be we're gonna have to walk all the way to that upper checkpoint or walk back through the cave. And I suspect this is gonna be another arena room, just as a note for everybody. Or not. Or yes, it is. It's just a really awful one with spikes in it. Great. Great, that's what I wanted. An arena with spikes in, so I could be instantly killed randomly. Good thing we found that checkpoint most of the way here, huh? Oh boy. So I'm gonna need my lightning. This game really isn't doing itself any favors with this segment of the game. I know I said that yesterday, but I'm just gonna repeat that. Don't care. Coming through. Just done dealing with the lot of you at this point. Ain't nobody got time for that. It ends basically the same as if I had fought them all, admittedly, in terms of how much my resources get drained, but... I feel slightly better. Oh, good. You instantly throw as soon as you spawned, huh? Good for you. Good for you. Let's get rid of that ice buildup so I'm not slowed down when I try to make these moves here. Just fuck that guy in particular. Okay, that was decently rewarding at least. And as expected, one of these was here. So we're missing just the one now, and presumably it's past that area on the left. Okay, so we've resolved that. That makes me feel happier. You know, I'm glad I spent our money and got our upgrades before looking into what was down here. All things considered. And I'm gonna just put a sword marker there in case we do wander too far afield and forget about that. This way, if I look at the map on my way back there, I'll remember, oh right, there's a thing that kills me there. Not the best, I know, but I'll take what I can get. I went the wrong way. Because that's just a pit full of bad. That's where the wall that I had to break to get a little bit of money was. Which was half the reason I came back down here, I would like to add. Which did end up about the way I thought it would. It was only about 4,000 Nitrux. Which isn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. Because I seem to recall saying, oh, it's just going to be like 1,000. It's not going to be worth it to me. Which was only half right. But before we go and deal with the monster in there, let's go deal with the area over here. We've already lost the souls that were behind his doorway anyway. Considering we died in the arena over there. I had meant to hit the other guy, but you know what? If you want to get hit with lightning, I'm not going to stop you. Because he deserves it about as much as the other guy. Yoink. Really? Was this all just for some lunar powder? No. No, it wasn't. There's a part of me that's very amused by the fact that it's like, yeah, we're gonna be a mage this time. And I'm running around with a big flaming sword, just whacking things. Instead of using magic, because I keep burning all of my magic. Yeah, I had a gut feeling that this was a bad door to open without being ready. You bitch. Didn't actually really intend to kill them all that quickly there. Wanted to save one so I could heal. But you know, mistakes were made. This way he doesn't manage to catch me with a freeze and ruin my whole day. In the end, this wouldn't be an awful arena to end up dying in, but I'd rather not do it anyway. There we go. Because we have a checkpoint not far from here. There we go. So that's all 4 of those done. Whether this leads to progress or not, I have no idea, but I'm kind of hoping. Though my gut is telling me that it's not going to be progress because it just looks to be opening a box. But the box might have a progress item in it. Huh? Probably not. With my luck today and lately in general, I'm gonna go with the probably not. Since we did find our way to progress, it's a safe bet that that isn't gonna be the case. You know, that's still quicker. That's the sad thing. That's probably still quicker. Because I can just walk back this way and our money should be just floating like right near here. Or it's on... It's up there, isn't it? Yep, it sure is. Oh, fuck you, game. Is that my own fault? Yes. Am I mad about it anyway? Also yes. Pardon me, excuse me, pardon me. Taking this. Now that I'm partly frozen, I wasn't gonna be able to make that jump. There we go. So that was just a waste of everybody's time and some more of our resources, but that's okay. The other warp would be closer to our goal, wouldn't it? Because I think the room is literally right down there. Yeah. Because it was behind where the bombs were sitting here. So, what's in the box? Or is it gonna be some big, scary, gribbly monster? Or we could just take a nap. Okay. That's not what I expected to happen. Ah. It's a sleepy time elevator. Okay. Demi-shade? Lunar powder? Frost bomb? The Rift of Blood. It is said that the Rift of Blood was forged to absorb and crystallize its victims' blood. After generational battles claimed thousands of lives, the outer cover split to reveal a blade of pure pain. According to legend, the Ethereal Order has long aimed to graft the blade's power into humans. Yikes. Good thing it's in our pocket now. Edelweiss pastilles and nothing else. Okay, so we got a new weapon out of that. This weapon better be ridiculous. Looking at the stats, I'm not blown away. Like, you know, for those that are into katanas, it's probably great, but I don't know. That is good dex scaling. So if somebody was like going hard into dex, it probably would be a phenomenal weapon. And overall, the scaling's not actually like worse than the Night Tide. Once this upgrades, it probably would become very good. Especially if the mind scaling went up at all, but I feel like it's more likely that the strength scaling will go up other than the dex scaling. I mean, I'll try it. That's got some good reach, I'll give it that. I think it's only just a tiny bit shorter than the whip's reach, actually, so we might replace the whip with that. And it does 60 blood damage, which could be really good against certain things. Like, this might finally be the thing that replaces the whip for us. The only thing is, the whip does swing faster, and right now the whip is heavily upgraded. So until the katana gets upgraded, I think we will continue to use the whip, and obviously I'm going to keep the Fire Striker blade. But we might be going into 2 elemental weapons then instead of 1 raw, 1 elemental, which is fine. Might also just like cycle things around and all that good stuff. And I guess getting a blood weapon makes sense considering all the cups of blood involved in getting in there. And at least we can say we accomplished one significant thing today already. I would say finding a new weapon's pretty significant. Especially one that was hidden behind a 4-step puzzle. Well, calling it a puzzle might be a little bit of an overstatement, considering it was just clear 4 arenas, fill cups with blood, door open. We didn't even have to, like, fill the cups ourselves. But I think the idea is still there. This does mean, though, that we'll be splitting the Demi-Shade ore between the Fire Striker and the Rift of Blood, which is not ideal. So I may still use the Night Tide's route. but I may like swap things around depending on what I'm dealing with. Like if I'm dealing with a fire enemy, I may bring out the Rift of Blood instead, so its blood damage can come into play. The only thing kind of kicking me right now is the scaling on the Fire Striker is very, very strong at this point. It has nothing to do with our primary stat, but the only weapon that really has anything to do with our primary stats, the Spinal Chain Blade so far, are in the whip. Which remains very unfortunate. Like, I feel like I should be using this. This was actually the first elemental weapon we found, I think. Oh, no, Storm Chaser was the first elemental weapon we found. Then we found the Spinal Chain Blade, then the Fire Striker. And now the Rift of Blood. Yeah, that order makes more correct sense. Yeah, and he's out of Moonsilver to sell me as well. I don't know, it's worth thinking about. The only worry I have is if I split myself between too many weapons, we are gonna fall behind harder in terms of our ability to fight, and that could become a fairly significant issue. But I'd be surprised if there wasn't enough Demi-Shade and Moonsilver to go around for at least 3 weapons. It would be when I hit like 4 or 5 that I would probably start running into a serious issue. So we could try the Moonshade Lake fight again. Or we go on up to the bridge again. The only problem with going up here is we don't really have a checkpoint. Up there, we have a lot of climbing to do before we get back to where we left that area. Is for those who either weren't here yesterday or missed that part, since it was toward the end of yesterday, we found a door over there on that right corner. Not the one that's shown on the map, where you see the two tall rectangles. To the left of those was a door that allowed us to climb upward from that bottom corner. And I kind of groused about that a bit. I was pretty annoyed about that whole thing. Some of that was the frustration of the day kind of carrying through on that, and some of that was I genuinely do think that that could have been signposted a little clearer. But we also were kind of getting our ass kicked up there. Not to say that we aren't getting our ass kicked everywhere in this area. This area is also, I would like to point out, fucking huge. Like, let's warp up to here, because this is more likely where I'm going to go, and then I'll show on the regular map. Look at how sprawling this area has been. Like, I think other than... Actually, yeah, no, I think this might be the biggest area in the game so far. I can't actually look at other zones on this map. But if we go back to the travel screen... This area has in and of itself had 1, 2, 3, 4 checkpoints. All pretty far apart. And presumably up there past the section of the village we've gotten to, there's probably going to be a village checkpoint as well, so that'll make 5. Whereas most other areas we've encountered have had 2 each. Usually for 2 split sections of an area. Like, the only other area that's even close to the same size, I'd say, would be Mithrangal, I think. And that's just because, even though Mithrangal is kind of compact, there's a lot of verticality we haven't even tapped into yet. Still left in there. The other big area being over here with the churchyard and liturgical pass, because we're still not completely done here yet either. There's a few areas we could probably access still in here. But that's also pretty wide apart. So if that's a sign of how things are going to be progressing and the areas are just going to gradually get bigger, we may be here for a 4th day. Which, that's an interesting thing, though. Is it swapping from what a lot of games do with the starting areas being the biggest areas and then it condensing as you get further along? They've gone the opposite direction and the areas have gotten larger. Which I like that idea, because as you gain more mobility, making the areas larger so that they progress at a similar rate makes kind of more sense. But they also are ending up taking longer to pass through on top of being larger, and that's where it starts to become a bit of a problem. Is they're taking longer times to get through because all of the enemies are a lot stronger. A lot more durable, all that good stuff. I was thinking about doing an experiment there, but it's not worth it. What I was thinking about doing was trying beast form to see if I could jump across and skip needing to get to that chain. But I thought about it again, and the distances involved there really just aren't a great idea. Especially not with all those enemies around, and I have no interest in really sitting there and pounding through getting rid of all of them at this current stage of things. That is such rude placement. I forgot he was here. Oh yeah, and this is the other thing, though, is we can just cross this chain now because we're up here. That's the other reason why I'm like, that experiment's not really worth it. I don't even know if getting over there is worth anything to me. But my curiosity demands that I actually successfully land up there at some point. And no point like the present, considering the main thing in the way of doing it is out of the way. I just gotta stop thinking that he will actually launch any distance off of the chain. He just drops like a stone. I think we did get up here the first time, didn't we? Because there's nothing here. Well, that's upsetting. I thought we missed it the first time and I said fuck it. But apparently, I did fix that at some point. Wait, did he end up hitting me twice? So I thought I heard the hit marker twice. Oh, maybe it was the ice of the background kicking in. Oh god! No. No, thank you. Have I mentioned that I'm very tired of getting frozen? Oh my god. Please. And just go in here for a second. Because we've already been in here, but there's a path to the left, and it also gets me out of the cold for a second. Use this to slide down instead of just falling. Pardon me, kids. Ow. I said pardon me in the back anyway. Nova Astronomy Note 2. The truth draws ever closer, yet it is invisible. 2 eyes plucked from the one who has been bequeathed the blessing of sight. It is the only way to view the bare truth, which has been shrouded in corruption and hate. Very helpful. And by very helpful, I mean that means absolutely nothing to me. I think even if we compare it to the other one, yeah, that's just confirming the 2 small windows into that truth are the 2 eyes from somebody that's been blessed. That just compounds on that thought and doesn't really help in any other respect. This was the arena that led to the discovery of the ghost. I'm just not dealing with you, madam. No, thank you. We did that dance once, we don't need to do that dance again. So speaking of madam being an issue, in fact, I think we need to go up in here, actually. I think we didn't go up in here last time. We ended up going into the Hall of Mirrors from the warp over there. And then we never came back until now. Yeah, we also could have grappled up here instead of dealing with the interior. But honestly, the interior seems much more pleasant to deal with. Oh my god. Feel like the Blizzard gimmick might have outstayed its welcome already. Mostly just because of the gray haze it puts over everything. It's kind of getting old. Like, I said it last time and I'll say it again, it shouldn't be turning everything indoors or outside of its realm of influence gray. Because it just makes it mechanically unclear. You know, I haven't been keeping count, but I have a sneaking suspicion in terms of just area deaths. We might have died more in this ice area than we have anywhere else, and 90% of it's because I get frozen. You know, I didn't calculate that, but I feel like that's probably true. I was just taking a drink while I wait for my ice buildup to go down a little bit. I could use an item to get rid of it completely, but I'm trying to save those for when we more than likely are going to have longer treks than this to make. So I just have this bad feeling that they're going to give me a really long run to have to make through this crap. Really nothing? Huh. I probably checked that last time. And to be fair, we are in a building. Anything that went out of the bounds of the building would be a little weird. So close. I also think the fact that these guys leave those ice spikes behind when they shoot is also a little overkill for what they are. Because they're just little flyers. They shouldn't be so big a threat. And yet, they are probably one of the biggest threats in this damn place. At least to someone like me whose ice resistance isn't the best. Which that goes into the good old different things are going to be different threats to different setups. Which is always fair. I misjudged where I was. God damn it. I thought the spot where the block was further over. Okay. Once more with correct navigation this time. Which that's why the thing is there, and this provides a shortcut back, but there's also this over here I can do. Or, you know, I'm just gonna get comboed to death because, God forbid, I be allowed to move. So there went all of the souls we left over on the far right, but I honestly don't care. Considering how much we made just walking through that cave, I'm not concerned about losing money at this stage of the game. I haven't even been using the hungry elixirs or anything. All I'd have to do is pop one of the big ones of those and walk through that cave 2 or 3 times and we'll be rich before you know it, I think. So I don't feel any frustration toward losing our money anymore. At least for the moment. Till we have like a 50k a fumble. That's probably gonna feel bad. Till then, though, I'm gonna try to keep a cool head about that in particular. This ice mechanic, though, this ice mechanic I still hate. Still gonna hate that. It's like, as an idea, I have no problem with it. The amount it's being used in this area, I feel like makes it as a mechanic outstay its welcome. Hi. I wasn't gonna bother killing anything, but he basically asked for it by jumping up there to bother me. Ow, ow, ow. Yay! Frozen again. It's a fun mechanic, right? One that just completely derails you doing anything every few seconds. That's everybody's favorite thing. Oh my god. Like, there's just too much crammed in this area over here. Because it's hard to get an angle to hit the Banshees in any real way. Same with the Flyers. And if you're outside of any of those contained areas, you just freeze to death anyway. This area is designed to be frustrating. And I always take issue with things like that. Is that there's one of two things that this area turns into. It either turns into hurry up and wait, or it turns into frustration. That's the two ways I can see a mechanic like this ending up playing out in the grand scheme. And neither of those should be something a developer's aiming for. Is you could say, oh, just shoot the Banshees. It's like, well, I would, but I can't jump and shoot. Like, I can reach her a little with the whip from there, and that's about the best I could do on that score. I'm better off just risking being frozen to death. And don't get me wrong, some of my problems are because I'm rushing through and not killing every single thing on my way there. But it's also kind of just more than it needs to be for killing any of the things around here because of that ice mechanic. I don't know. Maybe there's somebody out there that really loves this mechanic and thinks it's the best thing ever. And to you, I say, you're crazy, but more power to you. Like, you do you. But don't expect other people to agree with you. He's like, this is what I feel like I have to do anything to this Banshee without getting into a risky situation, for example. And this really just isn't great. Like, now that she moved over a little bit, I can hit her with lightning as well. But that was also half my focus just to get rid of a single Banshee. Just because she's consistently been in bad positions for me to do anything else about her. And again, I'm not asking for things to be easy, just asking for them not to be more complicated than they need to be. There we go. A little bit of patience does go a long way in that situation, and I do blame myself for being impatient, but it also lends itself to the same impatience with the way this area is made. And this was a waste of my time anyway, because I needed a key to get in there. Joy. Joyous day. Like, you can't design an area to force the player forward and then be shocked when the player runs forward into death. Let's see. That bypasses this interior area and lets us climb over here. And over here is where we died last. Not quite here, but close. And look how much damage that does. Hey, Violet. Welcome to me getting instantly killed by ice because... God forbid I have any iframes or any kind of protection while I'm frozen. So they just get 1,000 free hits within seconds. But hopefully you're doing well. Yeah. At least I still managed to be more likable, so I'll take it. There we go. Now that that's cleared out, let's get across this nightmare. Goodbye, dog. Let me out. Don't mind me, sir. Leaving. Goodbye. That's a fair choice to make on that one, yeah, especially after removing everything around and all that. It probably will end up being fun, but it's effort. I'm not sure why that chain's there, because you have to have the air dash, basically, to have gotten to this point. So it's a little weird that that's even a thing they considered for that. Okay, so that balcony's just death by Banshee, so let's just go this way. Which admittedly is the direction we died last time, but that's okay. Ow. 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 There we go. Get rid of that buildup, because I'm not going to have time to screw around with that. More doors I can't open. Oh, of course, I died before the checkpoint like 6 times. Telwanil Village Master Key. The icy dwellings to which this key grants entry are frequented by lost voices who witnessed a tragic downfall. Now rising from the ashes of such catastrophe, the defiant Starborn fight church commandments in the name of the advent of Nova, bolstered by an ethereal patron. And the merchant is once again here, somehow. How did you...
I heard whisperings, shadows. They were pursuing me. The people of death, the Starborn. Enemies of the wretched souls who took my poor child. And an enemy of mine, it seems.
It makes it feel any better, Wymond. I'm pretty sure the Starborn have decided they're the enemies of everyone.
Nay, I will not remain here. I must act against my pursuers. Find the hands that never cease to work. An endless cycle.
There's no shortage of those. I'd believe it.
They are seekers of death. Yet I will not be their prey any longer, but their hunter.
I'd be very impressed if you managed to hunt anything, old man.
There is no allowance for grief. I must find my way to where others rest.
You never know.
I will deceive those shrouded in grey, merciless and cruel creatures, hiding in the shadows of the moon, feeding on what consumes them in turn. They shall not find me, nor my goods.
Before you run away and hide those goods, though, can I buy some?
I will take care to avoid my demise with the most savage of weapons. Are you in need of such supplies?
Almost always, yes. You do not, however, have anything I actually need. I am going to just buy this, and that'll do.
Continue my hunt. A reliable source of mine knows of the treasures I seek, hidden among the tombs of the Everresting.
You wouldn't by chance be looking for the sword I just found a little while ago.
And are constantly reminded of their time away from this life, slipping past them, relentless. It stares at them, taunting them. I feel drawn to them.
Now that's a truth for sure there, Violet.
Do not venture among the graves. I fear it will not end favorably.
I mean, if something bad happens to him among the graves, we won't have to move him very far.
I will do what I must, for I must continue. For my daughter. I shall leave you now. Be sure to take heed of your own advice.
Now that's the hardest thing you could ask anybody to do. Taking one's own advice tends to be the hardest thing. But we have the key to open all of those doors we kept looking at back here, I guess, so backwards we go. Ow. 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 Goddamn ice. And me in. May as well start from this door and work our way backwards. Ah, we're doing this bit again, huh? Or I gotta break a bunch of chains to open a door. Okay. So I presume each of the doors I can open then will have one of these behind them. And there's gonna be 4 more of them. Which doesn't match up with the number of locked doors I saw, so either I missed a locked door somewhere, or there's gonna be an area that has multiple. Is there actually anything out this way? There is, but I did not make that landing. Did get me in here, though, which is where another one is. Okay. That's one mystery solved. Yep, I wasn't making it out of that one. They really stacked a little too many of the same enemies in just piles around here. I think they just didn't account for how far those enemies will wander. Because, like, that guy jumps down from up there. The Banshee will wander in from right outside. This guy's an issue in and of himself. Like, I feel like we're either a little behind in level, just a touch, for the part we're at, or they just overdid it slightly, and I can not really decide which. I've not gone out of my way to be a complete glass cannon in this game, but I feel like I'm made out of tissue paper fighting these things. Just gonna have to go overboard getting rid of these guys. Ow. 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 That's not a door. Well, it is, but it isn't. Another case of a ledge that looks like you can reach it, but it's either super precise or it's not actually reachable. Joyous day. At least we managed to bait the Banshee into a better position. It feels like, yeah, that's what I thought. It was just being bad about that again. Not that this was worth it anyway, but I guess I have it now. Yeah, that one is not reachable, however. But we use this door to get to it, presumably. It is kind of wild how their ground spark moves actually go up the wall. I actually like that. I can't open that door, though. Okay. Important to note. Oh, we're about to have a problem. I saw that. I saw you open that portal. There we go. They're not bad as long as they don't catch you when they come through the gate there. Because they'll grab you and basically take the majority of your health. And it's unfortunate. As you might imagine in a situation like that. Keep this. More anti-freeze. They really expect you to be eating them like candy, which is not really a great thing that they should be assuming. I missed it. God damn it. I knew the item was down there. I doubt this item is even worth it. But it's an item. I know it's there. Therefore, I want it. It's also not even that hard to get to. Why didn't my air dash work? Oh my god, please. Well, I got the thing. Oh, good. It was the healing injection that I'm going to have to use 2 of just for what I went through getting to it. Good. Good, I'm glad. This was so worth it to me. Great exchange rate, everybody. I'm reminded of most modern currency. You know what? Hell with you. I no longer need to deal with you, so I'm not going to. Could I convince you to just, like, slide up slightly? Come here. Come here. There you go. You figured it out. This way I can just give you a little bit of a haircut. Of course you can reach up here with that. Why wouldn't you be able to? And of course she lowered just enough that I can't reach her anymore. We'll deal with her in a second. This wasn't worth it. This is what I get for trying to be funny. I was gonna throw a chair at her and it would be funny, but no. No, the game doesn't like it when you try to be funny. No fun allowed. There we go. Another problem dealt with. There we go. That's the end of that. Yeah, I figured to be another one of these in here. There might actually be 2, considering there's that path to the right as well. And that might account for some of the missing space. But there might also just be an item in here. Who knows? Well, so far I hate it here. But that's nothing new. Quit spitting at me. Rude. Remember how I said I felt like they were overusing the arena fights yesterday? Yeah, they're really overusing the arena fights. There we go. I had the focus restore ready in case I needed to magic my way out of that. Am I getting focus back when I break those? Maybe. I don't think we are. I think that was all just from the guy I just killed. There we go. And this opens... Yeah, this opens the door we saw before. Okay. Ah, okay. That's fine. As usual, at this time of day, Discord starts going nuts. Yeah, that loops me back around to this door. Where does this door spit me out? Probably a better place than the other one. Yeah, that puts me here. Whereas the door we just came from was the one up here. So, technically better. I'm gonna go touch the checkpoint again to get our resources restored. Then we'll work our way through the rest of the locked doors, I think. That's probably the better idea. There was a small moment of debate in my head on that one. I'm also gonna buy out the rest of his Demi-Shade and start working through his Moon Silver. His shop keeps restocking whenever he warps, so it's in our best interest to grab all of that, because that will help us actually upgrade more of our equipment. I'm kind of sad about the cheaper Demi-Shade and Moon Silver I missed out on getting from him earlier, because I, at first, did not realize he was going to teleport. I should have assumed as much, considering he was talking about going to save his daughter himself. We've had a lot of NPCs say they're going to do something, and then they never actually do anything. So, never can be sure till they actually do it. Which, I will say, credit to the old man for that. The fact that he's actually doing something. He hasn't, as far as we've seen, actually made any real progress, but at least he's trying. Credit's where it's due on effort. There we go. What do you know? It makes it infinitely easier when you actually take the time to kill the things. Like I know I was getting annoyed about that, and really, it is my own fault. Of course, my body wanted to sneeze right then and there. Hence why I stopped and stood still after going through the door. What's gonna happen? Again. And I didn't get to the mute button in time on that one. So that one's on me. But hopefully it wasn't loud. So that takes care of another one of these. We're just missing 2. This is going a lot faster than getting to the ones in the city did. Funnily enough, though this is also a much smaller town. Come on, there you go. The thing is, that accounts for all the doors we've seen that were locked. Just gonna iframe through that. Thank you. That's been the best thing about the executions, other than getting to see the animation work they did on them, is the amount of iframes you get from them have been very helpful. Must need to go up there then, since we've checked out all of these doors now. And I don't feel like moving the block, so I'll just climb back up through here. Getting through here really doesn't take long. Hello. God damn it. Now, about that. Goodbye. Oh, yeah. Oh, wait. Yeah, we can't get up there. Huh. Maybe over here, then? No, because we know we can't get up there, either. Was there a higher part to this room? No. We're missing something. I don't know what we're missing yet, but we're missing something. Get rid of another Discord notification. There we go. Just don't want to see a big red number 1 sitting up in the corner of my vision. Heal up, stupid. There you go. Ow. I could probably make that jump with beast form. Over here does account for one of our missing things. God damn it. Of course you managed to get the attack off before you died. Why wouldn't you? We're off to a banger of a start here today. Just absolute banger of a start. That's not a real door. Some of these chains, for some reason, don't have any locks on them. No idea how they're attached, then, if there's no locks. But, you know. There you go. Just everybody gather around and explode. Go to the fiery hell you all belong in. So let's climb back over here again, and we'll try doing the beast jump and see if we can make it. Deal with him first so he doesn't interfere with us making the jump. Probably get the Banshee dealt with as well, so she doesn't do exactly what she's doing right now. Just get in the way. There we go. Yep, that worked as I expected. Another Unborn. We've seen plenty of those around. I figured it was something like that that was going to be sitting up there because of the fact that it was up very out of the way. I didn't figure it'd be anything necessary. I was kind of hoping that it would be a way in there, but that didn't work out. There is a ledge higher than that door, so I probably should go back up there. And it is worth noting that you'll see that we still have some of that light blue meter left after I unbeasted, because it will actually not take the rest of the meter away when you cancel it early. So if you just use it for like a jump, you can actually use it a couple times without having to recharge it. But it also recharges pretty quick, as you see up there. We got half a meter just fighting those three. So really, now that we have that, I should be using it more, and that might be part of why things are seeming so difficult here, is this area might be designed with you using that in mind. Yeah, there's another chain here that I think we didn't follow up on. Yep, that's the entire problem. Okay, we just needed to climb over here, and I didn't. Okay. Oh, come on now. No, 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 no. No. Ah. That heal animation takes so long. Like, I didn't really have a choice there. It was either that or I bait out that other shot and hope it doesn't cram the area up enough that I can't do anything. My only shot was to hope that I could heal quick enough, because if I dropped down, we weren't going to be able to get back up there. We'd have to go all the way around. I'm going to get frozen before I get through here. I let the build-up stay too long, but it worked out. We're okay. I am just not going to deal with you. You're going to wait for me to go for the door. Well, joke's on you. I have a platform I can drop through. Before I cause myself my own problem again, let's kill him at the very least. So we know the chain's at the end of this path up here, I think. Was it that one or was it the other one? This is where the lever is, so we want to do this one first so we can actually get back if something goes wrong. There we go. And that's also the last chain up where we just died, so that's good. As soon as that's dealt with, we are done with that idea. The flip side to that is presumably when we do that, the old man's gonna move. Because he's probably waiting for us to open the door. Oh, not again, not again, not again. Okay. Thankfully, the Banshee's not smart enough to hit me through the floor or anything wild like that. Okay, he's dealt with. Break the chain before anything stupid can happen. This way, no matter what happens, the door's open. Get our stuff back. Just get me out of this room for a second. This room's not any better, though. But this resets the positioning of the enemies that were here. So we can more freely just duck out of here. It didn't reset our freeze build-up, though, which was a problem, but it's okay. We're going to a checkpoint. Let's buy out the old man one more time. Is we can buy just about all of his moon silver. This way we're not losing anything of value when he teleports away, because I could buy like a bunch of this crap, but a lot of this really hasn't helped us. So I'm not going to worry about it. If we had crazy high instinct, I assume that the scaling on these would actually be of value to us. We don't actually have that much magnetic powder. Sure, I'll buy that out. Why not? Buy these two. Because it's the same price as where we've been buying them, so I may as well buy them. This way, we don't lose any money at any point or anything. And I now don't have to go back and all that jazz. Another Starborn. This time with the electric flail. Oh, now it decided to work. Oh, they've got some kind of shield move. That's a neat trick. Hey, you want to see a neat trick? Come here. I'ma fuck you up. Oh, wow, this is destroying them. Neat shield you got. Does it protect against fireballs? Ooh, air attack. Oh no. This was so nearly over instantly. Though it was nearly over instantly in two different directions. Got him. That came down real close. Hey, Zeno. How you doing today? Whew. And now we got that shield ability. Stigma of Protection. A cursed stigma powered by the secret whisperings of deceased opposers. Used wisely, this cursed shield creates mysterious shapes that can baffle an enemy and repel incoming attacks. Okay, so it literally is just a shield instead of a parry. That's fine. Okay. Might also be Twitch, because Twitch is buggy as always. Okay, we bought out all of that. There's not really anything else to buy out off of what he's got, so we won't worry about that. And considering how frequently I don't use the parry, I'll go ahead and put the shield on. I might actually remember to use that. Since we've got a lot of the materials, though, let's quickly warp back and see if I can actually upgrade anything. I think we'll be short on money for most of them, but we might be able to work the Blood Blade up a bit. Yeah, we can move that up one more level if I want to. Yeah. For all the reasons I was talking about before, I should just do that. And this way we don't waste the money or anything. Because we either had enough for barely one level or not enough for a level. Considering there was a hunter here, I presume that there's not another boss fight immediately. And that this is a transition to another area. But it is oddly quiet here. Institute Scientia Record 1. Tis not the only weapons that must be salvaged, but nocturnes who have shirked their duty. They have turned on the honor bestowed upon them, their minds diseased. Well, at least it's not blizzarding here anymore. I can actually, you know, move around without taking constant dot damage. Orden's Reignant Palace. Well, that's a thing. Oh, good. The door isn't open, huh? Aha! Okay. No idea why touching the statue put a hole in the floor, but okay. Oh, hate it here already. At least those don't do a lot, though. You'd have to catch quite a few of them back to back for it to be a problem. Oh, and now there's boxes that will shoot ice at me. Joyous day. Because they're not done with their ice gimmick yet. There you go, boys. That's for you. Okay, let's launch my way up here. Quickly go into monster form. Warp over here. Go back. Yeah, see, as long as I use it quickly, we actually burn, like, no meter at all. So that's handy. Something I should check is if the shield blocks projectiles. Because if the shield blocks projectiles, I'll probably actually use it a fair bit. Because we have had a lot of times where I've had to roll through shots in weird places. Can I just, like, kick this onto your head? Yes, I can! I'm happy now. As you know, as expected results from dropping a chunk of presumed to be marble on somebody's head, they go squish. Not what I meant to do, but getting that out of the way is fine. I wanted to see what would happen if I just slammed the block into him. Turns out it just hits it like a wall and just goes, no. No more. Well, if you want to be down there, goodbye. Oh, good. Those instantly made me take bleeding damage, too. Oh, joyous day. Hey, Evo. Welcome to a place full of exploding blood pustules. We got through the blizzard zone, thankfully. Because they like making things explode and upsetting me. Because we got boxes that explode in ice and now blood blisters everywhere. And, you know, that guy's a thing. That guy over there. Just gonna burn that. Don't like that at all. Though I think we figured out where the blood blisters are coming from. Deformed glutton. Yeah, you know what? That checks out. And we are in a palace, so awful gluttons are to be expected. Good lord. Unacceptable. Unfucking acceptable. Oh, hey, the gunners are back. Good. I'm sure everybody's happy to see those guys again. Oh, you missed the bad time I've been having getting here. It was being very rude. Oh, fun fact, we figured out what the goblets were for that I was pushing the skulls to do. Got us a katana. And opened a secret area, basically. Wasn't progress, but it was nice to have, I guess. Specifically, this thing. We're working on getting it caught up enough to actually use it. It's a little slow for my taste. Like, it's about the same speed as this. Which isn't ideal. Well, we all know how that gets kind of turned into a wide range. I mean, there are some styles that use a katana that aren't exactly the fastest. But I'll show you what I mean with it. Because it's not slow. But he's kind of methodical with how he swings it, and that's why I'm saying it's not as fast as I would like. But that reach is good. I do like the reach. Yeah, I mean, he barely knows how to swing any of the weapons he's got, really, so I shouldn't be shocked that he can't use one of those properly. I disagree with that. At least there's lots of healing injections here. So I'm getting the weird feeling that overusing those is going to make me bloat up like one of those weirdos. I also don't actually have anything to get rid of bleeding. Joy. Fuck you. That's the way around ending up exploding the box by accident. Just throw it at him instead. I am so glad I bought that fireball. Actually, no, that's not the fireball I bought. That's the one I found. But still, point stands. No. No splorchy. On the bright side, it doesn't seem like he does anything else other than launch Pustule Bomb. So that's not that bad. It's still disconcerting and I don't like it, but it's not likely to kill me. Oh yeah, we also learned that the beast form lets us jump further. Because I discovered that when I did a little bit of scouting this morning, which is also how we found the remaining goblet rooms, because I went back through that cave. No idea. Somebody said that you get bonus points, like there's a point multiplier involved with it. But other than that, I don't think it does anything. I think it's just another one of those things Twitch adds for sake of whatever the hell Twitch is thinking doing. It also was only added like 2 or 3 days ago, so I don't think anybody really knows much with it yet. Grotesque courtier. Okay. I wish I had a larger bomb than this so I could just blow this whole place up, because everything about this place needs to go away. Eat. Nothing higher up. Shocking. A thing on Twitch doesn't work? Say it ain't so. That never happens. I say looking at my ad button that half the time doesn't tell me anything of what it's supposed to be telling me. Well, this doesn't seem great. You might want to just refresh right quick and see if it goes away. Afflicted manservant. Okay. There are pustules everywhere and I'm unhappy. Ow. Well, that works. Up you go. Give me that. For those wondering why I make sure to clear areas before I grab the bombs, if you get hit while the bomb is on you, it goes off faster, and it's a problem. Well, everything sucks about this situation. Let's just go over here, do one of these. Somehow not set any of the pustules off. Great. Very, very good. Everything about that is good. And if you can't detect the sarcasm, let me give you a hint. There was a lot of sarcasm in that good. Don't mind me as I leave all of my blood everywhere, because I clearly don't need any of that. That was a bad idea. Okay, I can actually go near those without them going off automatically. Got it. Get out of here with your stretchy whip. What did I just tell to the other guy? Oh, right. Get out of here with your stretchy whip. Piss off. Ah, there is a grapple point there. Okay. I was like, how on earth am I meant to get up there? Well, that's just rude. Huh. Okay. So they expect me to get up here with a bomb. And before anybody's like, well, you could just throw it from down there. If I could aim the throw, sure. Guess what I can't do? I'll give you a hint. Throw where I want to. So I'm gonna have to bait those spikes out and make it across there before the bomb goes off in my own pocket. Hey. Come on. Quickly now, Eric. You don't want the bomb going off in your pocket, right? Just barely. I'll take it. It got me through the door. Oh, boy. 4 torches. I presume I must light all of those for the door to be accessible. A lot of people stuck in the wall. Nope, don't like that. Frost corpse. Yep, that checks out. And they explode in ice, too, because they clearly wanted me to love those monsters so much. At least they don't do contact damage like the worms. They've already got a very big leg up in the fact that they don't do that by comparison. So they won't manage to be my least favorite monster yet. But thanks to how I feel about the ice mechanic in this game so far, they're making a very strong argument for being the least favorite. I feel like I probably missed the checkpoint on that other doorway. I just have a gut instinct feeling telling me that I missed the checkpoint. I might be wrong. It wouldn't be the first time where I'm like, I must have missed a checkpoint, and then I find one like 5 steps after. Ah, that's what you do. Okay. I kind of expected them to, like, throw the lanterns at me. Okay, that was probably from the box, right? That wasn't a prompt to grab the lanterns or something when she spun. Yep, not making that. Hi. That's why you don't play with fire, kids. They have been very nice about making sure we don't run out of healing through here. I'll give them that. Could have done with that during the whole ice capades we went through too, but you know. There comes a point where you're asking for too much, and that sadly would be it. Dick. Tick, tick, tick goes the time bomb. Not really where I want to put this, but I'll take it. Boy. How about we don't do that right now? Not what I wanted to do. I wanted to go over here. This way we can deal with this clown. Ice physics? Huh. So I guess we don't have a choice but to go around at the moment. Unless this statue has a button on it too. No. So we either have to go out this window and go that way. There's something down there, something there, or something there. I feel like I've missed a checkpoint, so I'm gonna go backwards for a moment. Like, just something in me is telling me I screwed up somewhere. And I cannot guarantee that that feeling is correct, but I tend to try to trust my gut as far as that goes. And it has usually been correct about bad thing this way or checkpoint that way. Well, no checkpoint here either. A lot of bad here, though. Oh. You just are nothing. Okay. Presumably you'll, like, talk or something when everything's dead, maybe. Okay, so you... Oh, God, where did you come from? Cheating bastards! Oh, she just straight up turns into a banshee when she dies. Good. Good. I'm glad. So happy for you. Rude. Did I mention rude? Because that too is very rude. So you're a little rip-wagging out. No, 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 no. Not this time. I'm gonna leave the other lady alone. Because they don't seem particularly dangerous until they turn into a banshee. So I think I'm better off just leaving them alone. Is they just scream at you if you get too close to them, and other than that, they don't really do anything. Again, unless they turn into a banshee. So let's just not play with that. Because she takes a very long time to do the banshee scream. So, not really a problem. Curse you and you're not getting hit stunned. Open door? Open door. Bye, stupid. This presumably goes outside concerning the snow. Okay. You really aren't fooling anyone. I hope you guys realize that. Considering how much you stand out from the background. You're not fooling anyone. So here's an elevator. Maybe there'll be a checkpoint near the elevator shaft somewhere? Because that would make sense for there to be a checkpoint where there would basically be a hub, and the elevator would be the hub. Eh? Yes? Please? Yeah, checkpoint. Okay, we finally have some safety around here. We also have a lot of money. I'm upset that that said clock tower, because clock towers lead to bad things in this kind of game. But let's worry about that later. Spend money first, worry later. We don't have the materials to upgrade any of the things. Wait, no, we can. Why is this one grayed out still? I think it just doesn't quite look right. Though, with the amount of upgrades at this point, I think I'm gonna not upgrade that. I think I'm gonna see about purchasing some more demi-shade and seeing about pushing one of these two up further instead, or some. Oh, no, let's level up instead then. This is only going up like 6 points of damage for the whip now. I don't know if I've just hit a point of diminishing returns with it, or if it just is capping out. There we go. Now our dexterity is a match for our mind. I'm once again considering raising our strength to help compensate for the frost issues, but the second we're not having that problem anymore, that strength's going to be basically irrelevant. Could raise our instinct some more, because that scales with all of the things we're using aside from the whip, and the whip might be just getting replaced. Yeah, that spell's dependent on mind. Which, that's another argument to be made, is I could just go back to pushing mind up now that our secondary's caught up. We have proven that instinct is a helpful stat to raise too, though. Now, we'll push the mind up to get to 35 so it stays ahead. Then we'll raise up instinct to like 25 or something. Get rid of that tag so I don't have to see it. Just to explain that logic, this scales off of dexterity and instinct primarily. This scales off dexterity and mind primarily, and this also scales off of dexterity and mind primarily. So the three weapons I have my eye on are primarily dexterity weapons. But all of our magic goes off of mind and instinct. So I have to account for that. Which guns also go off of instinct, so there's a balance point there as well. There's a fairly strong argument to be made for pumping a lot of mind purely for this fireball, because this fireball is really strong. It is proven to be very helpful. Let's go ahead and spend some more of this money buying things like a handful more healing and things like that. And by a handful more, I mean a lot. Actually, if I press it the other way... Nope, it won't loop around. I wanted to see if it would loop to the max amount I would buy or something. Sadly, not so much. There you go. Grab me another 50 of those. Does that seem excessive? Yes, but if you think about it, we had like 90 when we started today's session, and we were down to 20. So just keep that in mind. And for those that missed it, there is a boss fight down here in this cave that we found off of the ice cave. Kinda got my ass kicked by it, so I didn't try it again yet. We have gotten a bit stronger, so I guess we'll try it. This also has more of the spooky ghost stuff around here, which led into the boss fight cave. While we have no money, is a good time to try this again. Because this fight doesn't seem too bad. Aside from a couple attacks like that one that really stings. So he is, as far as I can tell, just Icy Edwin with different attacks. Okay, letting him hit me with both of those was a very bad move on my part. I wanted to see if I could just push through those and they wouldn't be that bad. Turns out, no, they are very bad. Keep doing that thing where I get caught in my own animations. Wow, that was almost a full ice buildup just from that, huh? Yeah, I knew I was jumping into pain on that one. I should have just waited. Nope, he's doing the area one. I think he's upset. I don't know where I get that idea from, but I think he's a little upset. I did not know what he was doing, did not realize he himself was going to be a massive ice buildup from that move. That's a problem. I thought he was gonna, you know, I read that as it was gonna be a raining attack because of the animation he had. I did not realize that that ice gas was there until too late. Still, this fight doesn't seem like it's too bad. Like I said, just it's gonna take a couple tries and a bit of paying attention. Because if you look, we're actually making good headway through his health bar. The problem is when I get clipped by attacks like that take half a health bar off. It's a little concerning. That's fine. He took enough damage there that I think it's worth it, and he's also on fire now. I really gotta pay more attention to my own animations. So I'm watching him, I'm not watching myself, so a lot of the time I'm ending up swinging more than I mean to because I'm just tapping away at the button, not thinking it through completely. So I'm getting punished for that a lot. Just gonna wait the temper tantrum out for a second because he is having a moment. This seemed like a good time to go nuts for a bit. Got him. Yeah, this beast form is really good. There we go. Abomination vanquished. Ooh. We got the sword that was sticking out of his head. Illigarth Boreal Blade. A combination of a unique alloy and stardust, the blade is a weapon of choice for those who reside in a once majestic fortress. There are whispers that its walls beckoned to Nova Ilarius, but alas, it now lies in ruin. Driven into the head of an abomination, the blade has been dedicated to celestial rituals with the potential to allow a master of the Stardust power to reveal its secrets. Neat. Oh, that's because this is where another one of the ghosts were. That's why I got led here. Full moon charm. Neat. Yeah, I still can't do anything with the fact that there's a ghost here. We have to figure that out in the future. But we got a new weapon. Yes. Yes, give. This, yes. This, yes. So this derails my plans a bit, because this is a mind-scaling weapon, finally. That isn't a strength-based one. It is an ice sword, though. Yeah, it's the same thing as our fire sword, basically, but ice. That is a point. Also, this apparently uses a bullet, which I didn't realize. I guess for the actual, like, flamethrower portion, probably. Yeah, it's literally just an ice version of the Fire Striker blade. The only reason I'm even having doubts with this, in terms of whether I want to swap to it or not, well, there's a couple reasons. One, I think the things we're fighting right now aren't going to be weak to it like they're weak to... they seem to be weak to fire. So that'll be an issue. And it's yet another weapon I have to upgrade. But we got a ton of money from that kill. So let's see about doing something with that right quick. We'll see how it looks as we get the first couple upgrades on it. And if it doesn't stand out from that, it probably won't get used. Unfortunately, I am out of Demi-Shade, though. So, give me... 2... Okay, its scaling doesn't go up at level 3, but it might go up when it gets to 4 like this one did. Which, if its mind scaling goes up to B, that's a sell. That's immediately, I want this. Still not raising its scaling. It is pretty potent at this point. It's 185 physical and 20 frost, so basically 205 damage to anything that's not immune to frost. Compared to the significantly higher damage of the Fire Striker blade at the moment. But there is a 2 upgrade difference between the two. They do scale about the same amount, because my dexterity and instinct are both pretty good. I might just be getting excited too early about this one, just because it's got a C rating for mind. The funniest thing is the whip technically... no, the whip doesn't do more damage. It does actually about the same damage currently. Not counting the extra bit of fire damage from the Fire Striker. So I really think, like, the Night Tide's route is just falling behind at this point. So what I think I'll do is I'll swap the Night Tide's route off my bar entirely. But we'll put the Rift of Blood there for now. I feel like the... I don't know. Because this is... They're doing similar damage. This is scaling less, but it does a lot of raw blood damage. And we do have a charm that works with blood damage. Though we do now have a charm that works with frost damage as well. In fact, I should take off the electric damage one for the moment and put on the frost one, if for nothing else but for the protection against frost. And I think I will forego the critical one for the time being in exchange for the blood one. Is again the blood protection, since we are dealing with a bunch of enemies that deal bleed. I do appreciate that you actually have a sheath when you're using the katana, though. I would presume there's something on his back that we can't see for the larger weapons, perhaps. It's just a nice little touch that you barely can notice against this background, but it's there. Let's actually take this weapon for a spin. Oh yeah, let me quickly warp over here so I can remove that marker, so I don't get confused later. There we go. And I do need to put a question mark here, because there's another ghost there that I need to sort out at some point. It is interesting that the banks of the Moonshade Lake is treated as being higher than this, though. I wonder if that fight was supposed to be really difficult and I just happened to have the right tool for the job. So it didn't seem as bad. Okay. Interesting. The other one of these didn't do anything, so I'm kind of confused why this one's active. Freakish lady, huh? Well, that's certainly a turn of phrase there. Not sure what's so freakish about her, considering all she does is use magic. That's not that freaky. She does turn to ice, though, when she dies. That's a little weird. Need a key. Yeah, what's the special move for this? Okay. That could be useful. I can't tell if this is doing better or just on par to the Fire Striker particularly. It's actually doing more damage, at least to the Banshees. Maybe they're not weak to fire like I was theorizing then. 171, 174. Yeah, it's doing just slightly more to most things around here, apparently. Or, at the very least, our small sample size has proven so far. And I think it's a safe bet that if I tried to use the ice sword in here, it wouldn't be doing very well. But, since we've already proven that the Fire Striker's not doing as much damage, let's try the Boreal Blade. I am 90% sure I'm going to regret doing that, but if it doesn't do the damage we need it to, we can quickly swap to the other one. Is that one injured already? Because that was showing 139s. Yeah, even against these, the blood sword's doing more. And this is the 200 some we were talking about before. Yeah, this is just straight up higher numbers at the moment because of the blood damage anyway. And we do have the blood damage bonus. The The damage bonus is probably what's making the change between the Fire Striker and the Katana at the moment. And admittedly, if things were weak to fire, the Fire Striker wouldn't be doing that huge an increase in damage anyway, because it's doing very minimal fire damage, unless it's lit on fire. I think I have to jump down here, but I really don't want to, because that really screams point of no return, and I don't like that. Well, guess we're here. Till we find a checkpoint or we die, we're... Oh wait, no, this just connects back here. Here, catch. Wow, that really doesn't do much damage, huh? So that did loop us right back to here, which is a question mark. I guess let's check to the right from this main area then while we're down here. Hi, big guy. Missed me. We inflicted him with bleed right as he died. Funny how that works. Another elevator. An elevator that doesn't currently work. Presumably because we have to activate the upper half of it. Well, you know how I said I felt like I missed a checkpoint? That's because I missed a checkpoint like 2 rooms away from where we were. God damn it. Well, on the bright side, we get back up now. Oh, the easy way. So this kind of worked out, all things considered. Since I dropped down here foolishly. We can now warp back up here and then... figure something out. Not really sure what, but something. Which, if we're already going to be warping, I may as well spend the 12k we just picked up. I know I'm warping back a lot right now. That's because we're making enough money to make it worth it. I'm trying to make use of the currency so I don't lose it. The only thing that's making me still consider keeping the Night Tides route as part of our main set is the fact that it uses Moon Silver, which none of the other weapons we're looking at does. The other option is I start leveling a gun or something to make use of the instinct we have. I mean, hell, I could start leveling the basic bitch sword, too. Or the Blunder Blade. Blunder Blade's a thought, as far as that goes. So I feel like I do need something that isn't reliant on the same resource. Now at this point we have 3 things fighting over the amount of Demi Shade I can get. And that doesn't seem like a great idea. I do probably need to limit this down to 2 things using Demi Shade. But I'm not sure which one of these to rotate out, which is why I'm trying to at least get them all to the same level, and then we'll do a comparison at that point. So far, in terms of the scaling benefits for me, it's leaning the Boreal Blade and the Katana. This has a Instinct B, which is great, except Instinct's not one of the primary stats I'm raising. Which, if it was, though, this probably would be a much more powerful weapon than it currently is. I would need 2 more Demi Shade to level either of these. The main advantage the Blunder Blade has in terms of to use or not to use is the fact that I've already put 2 upgrades in it, compared to any of the other Moon Silver weapons, aside from the whip. Because again, the whip is doing comparable damage to the rest of these. Yeah, I think I should just keep it. I know I talked myself out of upgrading it, but I feel like I'm committed far enough to it that I should keep it. Because there's going to be situations where that's still going to be better. I don't know. I feel like that's something I'm going to be waffling about a bunch. And just, you know, be ready for that. Because I like using as many new weapons as I can. But this type of game really isn't designed for that. It is mostly designed for you to focus on a handful. Which is why I'm struggling to narrow my choices down. Because I want to use them all. But in order for them all to be relevant, I kind of need to have them keep up. Because this was a dead end height-wise, right? Or no, I stopped here because I saw an open field and I'm like, I don't like this. Apparently nothing bad happened, but this might be another case where a boss spawns there later. Okay, so that gets us up here to this section. And we can push a block down to get back. There's also a weapon up there. It would appear that the special on this also causes instant bleed buildup. Or at least it did for those guys. It may just be a lot. Ah, I need to bring a bomb up here. I see. Okay. And the bomb spawn is below where the block is, of course. Let's push this over to here, because this means we can get up here easily. Okay, the bomb spawn here isn't that bad. You bitch. I really thought I was going to manage to iframe out of that. Sadly, not so much. Oh, of course, now is the time when I missed this jump. Twice? Get rid of it. I've said it before and I'll say it again. The ledge grabbing could do with being a little more generous. Like, I will say it doesn't end up grabbing when I don't want it to, but there's been too many times where I want it to and it doesn't. It's gonna be close. Yeah, I didn't get close enough. I need to make that jump across. I was worried that it was gonna go off in my hands, so I jumped the gun a little. This does mean, though, that you can't afford to get hit at all on your way over here. Because you have, like, no spare time. Oh, are you fucking kidding me? I think I also need to make this jump up the ledges better. I hate it here. God damn it. There we go. That'll save a little bit of time, but I think I lost that little bit of time screwing around with that. Get rid of it, start over. Why did I do that? Why am I that stupid? And that, ladies and gentlemen, is a moment where impatience won out over good sense. Because I'm like, I just want to get this over with. I'm just gonna run across. Ignoring the fact that I put a bomb in my own goddamn path. I would also like to point out that this whole freezing gimmick is the only thing we've encountered that has lasted for 2 full zones now. They have for some reason thought this was a mechanic worth having for 2 areas, unlike any of the other ones that they've had. They've decided to use and abuse this mechanic. Which, if their goal was to annoy people, they succeeded. I think I'm going the wrong way to get to where I wanted to go. Because I thought this would be shorter. It really doesn't seem like it is. No, this most definitely isn't shorter at all. Because I got my areas wrong. Doesn't help that this place is huge. Because if you remember what I was talking about before with areas getting bigger and bigger, I think they might be reaching a point where they're kind of getting a little too big. And as I've mentioned before, I'm all for big zones in games like this. But not when they feel kind of annoying and tedious to navigate. And I wouldn't say it's gotten there for this yet, but there's a real good chance it's going to. Especially with just how full of enemies this area is and just how many times I'm getting frozen just trying to maneuver. Like, I fully admit that the freezing situation is the main set-off for why I'm annoyed. So I'm just so tired of getting frozen. And even with the anti-freeze charm, we're really in a bad spot for our freeze protection. Yeah, because we've only got 100 frozen protection compared to over 100 everything else. And 50 E2 frost most defense versus over 100 everything else. And 15% more of those really isn't a lot. Whatever's in that box, it damn well better be worth dying for. It won't be. Just gonna point that out right now. It ain't gonna be worth dying for. But okay, I can't move that any further. They could have done with having this be just a tiny little bit closer to the area it needs to be in as well, honestly. Like, the only positive thing I can say about this area is the fact that there's a lot of health injections around. And I know nobody really likes to hear me complain constantly, but what else can I say about this area except I'm annoyed at this point? Like, I'm just glad we didn't lose a lot of money on that death. That's about the only other thing I could comment on. I think this is gonna go off in my hands again. Yeah, it is. Get rid of it. I have an idea. I don't know if it'll work, but I'll give it a shot. Nope, I can't go beast form. Okay. I was gonna use beast form to move faster. Damn it! That is so close. They really made this just a hair too long. Like, I get it. It's for an item, but this didn't need to be turbo precise. And I know the main thing I'm losing time on is that ledge that I'm grabbing instead of doing the... I hate this block so much. This block is placed quite literally just a pixel wrong for this jump to be makeable in a reasonable fashion at speed. There we go. That's the thing I'm losing the most time on right there, aside from this stupid jump. Like, you shouldn't have to fall off the block to make the jump. That's just stupid. It's unnecessary. But that's exactly what they expect of you, is for you to fall off the block to make the jump. But my reflexes keep kicking in before that, because that just makes sense. We still might not make it, I would like to add. Especially if I can hit things in the wrong order. This part is stupid. This part is stupid. Everything about this place is stupid. It's a pity it actually looks cool, because everything about it sucks. I'm just gonna go with my goddamn hands again, isn't it? Just... Are you fucking joking me? So, fun fact, if it doesn't attach properly, it doesn't go off. And since it didn't attach before it exploded, that one didn't count. Just basically gotta do a perfect run in order to have a prayer of this goddamn thing working, I guess. Or, you know, it just doesn't fucking work. Good. Good, I'm glad. I'm glad I died for one that doesn't work. Maybe I need to hit it lower. And it's just being buggy. Why? Why? Eric, please, don't keep grabbing the ledge when you don't need to. Nope, I think that one's just broken. That one just doesn't work. Joy. Joy, I'm glad we died for nothing. Okay, good. That is actual ground. It looked like it could be since I saw this when we were over on this end. But why? Oh, there's a ledge over there, I think. I'm disinclined to check that without a checkpoint closer to this, though. So we'll see if there's a checkpoint on the other side over here first. Even if it's a temporary one. Well, that helps. Does that bring... No, that's not the elevator we were at before, though. That's, I think, a different elevator, isn't it? No, it's taking long enough. It might be the same one, just there's another stop on the way down. We'll find out. And you know, when I joked about my last nerve when I made the title, I didn't expect the game to continue to irk me. But boy, is it managing it. And that's a shame, because I really like a good 90% of this game so far. But that 10%, it's really souring the soup a bit. We may as well jump off here and see what's going on with this. There we go. That'll help me feel a little better, maybe. Holy Winged Axe. Maybe not, because that's probably a strength weapon. An ancient double axe, restored and permeated with the power of stardust. Combined, the heft of the blades allow for devastating cleaves, but they also can be separated to unleash the power of Igarth in a blizzard of nimble strikes. Its two blades represent the fabled handmaidens of Iligarth, a clear symbol of nobility. The Orden's family crest is grafted into the handle, a potentially valuable collector's item stolen from Manfred's noble court. Neat. And another unborn. Which I may start hanging on to those rather than giving them all to the Ink Lady, because I feel like I'm wasting them. Yep, Strength C, Mind E. Sad. And it's another frost weapon anyway, so we already have a frost sword. I have no need for the frost axe. Oh. Just chuck that in the bin to get other dust like the other ones. Good thing this game doesn't have fall damage. Do 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 do. There we go. Do 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 do. Banging my head into the fence, son of a bitch. This is why you don't mess with the vertical when you're waiting for these things. Feet, head into fence, because it's better than the ice anyway. Okay, up we go. Doesn't matter. Okay, starting to matter. So fun fact, if you just don't move, the icicle on top of you can't hurt you. For reasons. Ow. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. You can rot down there. Okay. Exterior area again. You can tell when it's a fairly significant transition when it takes it a second to decide what to do. Another elevator? Oh, this is just an extension of the same elevator. Okay. That's actually very helpful, because that means we have a shortcut all the way to here, which will save us some headaches. I probably should have left the elevator down there, but I wanted to make sure it made the trip up once, in case that was necessary for making it actually do the thing. Yeah, the Fire Striker does do more damage to these guys. And hooray for ice. Like, I understand that they wanted to make a big snowy castle. But did they really need to cram the whole thing full of ice physics and piles of ice enemies that will freeze you constantly? I feel like this was unnecessary. Especially the volume of it that is around. The volume seems excessive. I also feel like when the elevator's off screen, it should be moving at like a higher speed just so it gets to the player sometime this year. Like, I get that they can't hyperspeed it when you're riding on it because it would just look weird. But it getting down to you faster really wouldn't bother anybody, I don't think. I didn't go all the way up. God damn it. For some reason, I thought it wasn't going to stop on the way up, and I don't know. Oh, now I know why I thought that. It's because we've never had elevators with multiple stops available in this game till now. That would do it. That would do it every time. Or at least none that I can think of, because I don't think I used the like one of those that might have existed. Because there was no reason to use it. I am so tired of this ice mechanic. And somehow I'm sure the boss of this area is going to be just oodles of fun with that kind of situation too. Don't care, he's dead. That's all that matters. And insofar as the sword did do more damage, I feel like it really didn't help our situation in that particular fight any more than the katana did. Okay. It was just a spot that looked identical to where we just went out the other door, so I'm like, did it somehow loop me around? Is it fucking with me? This game has been doing a lot of fucking with me, so I would not have put it past them to do that too. I do need to remember to be more free with my focus usage though, because we have lots of focus restores and there's usually been some of these around. Perfect timing on that. And also using the beast form more and just basically using my tools more instead of just stabbing things to death. Yeah, I had a bad feeling about it. It was too quiet. You wanna go, boys, huh? I'll show you a real monster. Doesn't matter, killed them. Killing both of those without that, I think, would have been a big pain in the ass, so I think that was the right choice. Excuse me, madam. Oh, good. I think I can get just enough juice to make this jump. Yeah. Pardon me. Taking this. The Tome of Mosaic. That's the book the guy was looking for. Or I think. At least he was looking for books of that nature, so we might be able to give that to him and get a reward for it out of him finally. There's one of these. We saw one of these in one of the other parts of this place, so I presume that this is... Yeah, this will light the torches. Okay, so we need to light all of these in order to open the big door. And behind big door is presumably boss fight. Excuse me, pardon me, excuse me. Do 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 do. And I was right thinking that these elevators were going to be the hubs for getting places in here. Is both checkpoints are right next to elevators. So hopefully people like elevators because, welcome to Elevator Simulator 2023. That's what this whole castle's apparently going to turn into. Spend my money before I lose it again. And we'll talk to this guy first and see if he wants Oziak's tome. Not sure giving it to him is a good idea, but he might give me something.
We cross paths once more.
Yep, hand over tome of Oziak.
Yes, the text written in this tome is one of rare origin. There is more to find, but is far below the floors of a sacred place, a wet, dank chamber. With these pages, I will learn what I must to cross myself. The light of Ilaris will illuminate the path to salvation.
Ooh, Cosmic Echo. Whispers speak of the daughters of the night tide and their concoctions. A small frozen carcass infused with stardust. Few witnesses remain. They recount concentrations of such a creation unleashed into the sky. Only the most accomplished of scholars may decipher the secret method to this combination, outlawed by those who fear its power. Neat. Ooh, it's actually a spell. I am pleased. I don't know if this spell's any good, but at least it's a new spell. Oh, it's this. I mean, I guess. Definitely like my fireball more. But that probably is not a surprise to anybody. Which reminds me, I should actually pop up here on the note of new spells. Because she still has one more spell to sell us. And I should grab that before I forget about it again. She may even have more for us at this point. Oh yeah, she also sells a few demi-shade ore. The accursed phalanges are now ours. Maybe that'll be a spell that hits an angle that'll help us. And we're no longer fighting things that use dark damage all the time, so it might actually be a usable spell. And it's also one that scales almost as well as the Curse of the Branded. Oh, it's literally a dark version of the fireball, except it has long-lasting purple flames. That might actually be really good. Considering the fireball surprised me with how good it was, this might be a very powerful spell for us. Sadly, still does not solve our attacks from the air problem, but that's okay. Lightning bolt still does a lot of damage, it just isn't super efficient. And I was hoping to address that problem. Let's test this spell on something. Before I get too excited about it and then run into death trying to use it. Alright. Enjoy purple. Okay. Okay. They will learn to fear the power of purple drank. Is there any... Whoopsie. Today I learned I can fall off the elevator. Is he gonna... Okay, good. It comes back down quickly. You can interrupt it going up. Nope, no breakable walls along the way up there. What about the next part up? Oh, the excitement. Note that I can't go further up yet as well. Just gonna quickly check these elevator shafts. I know, not very exciting, but if I were the one making this, I would have hidden something in one of these elevator shafts. Nope, nothing. Okay, very good. Doesn't mean there isn't something in the other one, but we'll worry about that later, because there was at least an obviously laid out ledge there, so. In fact, I might actually be better off warping to the other checkpoint and going over here. There is this, so that might be worth checking on. Hello, Estaz. How you doing? Welcome to me riding up and down elevators, making sure there's nothing hidden. By the time they turn into banshees, I'll be out of the room. No longer my problem. I took a wrong turn, though. No, this was the room I wanted to look at. This was just another death pit that they made look like something, though. So that was a waste of my time. Do. Walking through the mess. We'll warp across to the other side and go check the area that I saw was a open space and didn't actually go into it. That should lead us to another one of the torches, I presume. We know where one is, we just have to get around to where it is. And that just leaves one unaccounted for, most likely. I think there was a gate that we saw, one on the other side of it. For the most part so far. There's been a couple things that I've not been the biggest fan of. Specifically, the ice mechanic around here has been frustrating. But I also have very low frost resistance because of the build I chose, not realizing the frost resistance was going to be as much of a problem as it's been. The game as a whole has been fine. Fairly well balanced, all things considered. Just that has been irking me. Is this the right room? No, more. I would say it's not a game I would recommend as somebody's first entry into this genre, because it would probably be very tough for somebody who hasn't played a game like this before. But if you've played a couple of this type of game before, you'd probably be just fine. Because there's not, like, tons of newbie traps or anything, like I've seen in some of these. A lot of death spikes, but you can get past them reasonably easily, so I wouldn't say that they're a problem. The ledge grabbing could do with being a little cleaner. Well, that's a hard one to say because it really depends on, like I said, past experience with the genre and things like that are going to be a very big key to how well you're gonna do with this experience. There's been a lot of people responding negatively to the game, and I can't say that everything they're saying is unreasonable or unfounded, because there have been a couple very difficult parts that kind of come up out of nowhere. But that's also kind of the nature of this kind of game. And then there's situations like this that happen. So, if things like that will frustrate you, this game is probably not for you. The positive side of things, I will say, is there's been a good variety of weapons. You get quite a good variety of spells and guns you can use. Good amount of throwable items and powders and all of that good stuff. The movement progression in this has not impressed me. So if you're looking for a Metroidvania with good movement, this isn't quite it. Would I recommend another game over this? Not necessarily, because the experience I'm having with this is different enough from most of the other things in the genre that I cannot give a direct comparison. Because this is farther down the Souls-like side than in a lot of the ones I've tried. Thank you for the follow there. Like, people have compared it to Blasphemous, and I would say that that's true, but I've enjoyed this more than I've enjoyed Blasphemous, and I don't know if it's just the atmosphere of Blasphemous that threw me off, or what, but I would say it is an apt comparison. Moonscars would be one that if you're looking for a game close to this, I would recommend. Because Moonscars I had a good time with. But this is a deeper game, so it really depends on the depth of a Souls-like Metroidvania you'd want. Because as far as the gear progression goes, this is deeper than a lot of the ones I've played. So if that's what you're interested in, this would be better for that. But if you want one that moves and plays a little nicer, it would probably be something like Moonscars, or people would argue Blasphemous moves better. My memory of it doesn't tell me that that's true, but I haven't played the second one, and people have been raving about that, so that may be a better choice. That is a nice thing, yeah. I will say one downside to that is they don't seem to always work. Like, I've had a few times where I'll put the input in for that special to come out, won't be doing any other animations to interfere with it, and it just doesn't happen anyway. So that's worth keeping in mind, but it may be my controller having a moment, or it may just be being disagreeable with this controller. So. And there have been a few people reporting buggy things happening, but it's also a new release, so bugs are going to happen. So I wouldn't really count that as a negative. I will say that your weapon variety, depending on what stats you go into, may start out a little bare. Is like, I aimed for Mind as my primary stat because of magic, and Mind weapons were a mixed bag. I'm very of two minds of answering that question. Is there are aspects of Dark Souls that are very good. There are aspects of Dark Souls I do not care for. So it's a hard thing to say yes or no to. It's all good, Violet. I figured you had a lot to take care of. And it's, of course, getting onto the later side of times as well. But yeah, I would file Dark Souls under acquired taste. If you play it for a while, you'll start to enjoy it. Your first experience with it is probably going to not feel good. I feel that, Violet. I feel that. And that really depends on... Well, there's a lot of factors to that. It'll also depend on your previous experience with other games yet again as to what would feel like your best transition into the genre. If you've played other things within the genre at all, most any of them would be fine. I would say, in terms of it feeling the smoothest, you'd probably want to play something like Dark Souls 3. People rave about the first game all the time, but a lot of the PC ports and such have been iffy. I don't know from personal experience with the remaster, but supposedly it got a lot better at that point. Elden Ring's also, of course, good, but you'll be there forever, so I wouldn't recommend that as a starting point, because you may never get to any of the other ones. As far as like some of the indie ones go, Hellpoint was pretty fun, though it's got some moments much like this does that I'm not entirely sure I can recommend it on that basis. People swear by Code Vein in this subgenre, but I have mixed feelings on that one too. I'm not the best one to ask about this genre because a lot of the time I personally bounce off of it. I usually spend a lot of my time here in the Metroidvania Souls-likes rather than the mainline Souls games. I clicked the wrong warp and went right back where I just was. Good job, May. I have to assume I missed something up there. Because we didn't find a torch in there, and there is a path I didn't take in that section. One important thing I'll point out for a lot of the mainline Souls games is if you have trouble navigating without a map, good luck with any of them, because they don't give you maps. Just gonna warn you of that one right now. If you have trouble navigating, those games will be the bane of your existence. Now, the hardest thing to say about which one someone should start to play would be determining what an easy one would be. An easy game is a very subjective thing. That ends up leading off of what someone's experience is in a lot of cases. Some games are just easy, but I would not consider very many games within this subgenre to be easy under any circumstances. And those that say they are ones that have been in this subgenre for a long time, generally. Then you're gonna have a rough time with any of the main Souls games. And that's not a negative statement towards you, that's just a fact of they are the same beast as most 3D games in terms of a lot of the things they'll pull. But they are designed from the ground up to be more punishing in a lot of ways. They're not particularly forgiving of mistakes. So if you are not in line with that, it will be an exercise in patience. And I am not a patient person, which is why I've never managed to finish any of the main Souls games, because I get tired of them constantly punishing me for making minor mistakes. Because there's only so many times I can redo an area just because I took a misstep in a direction and died for it. Guess we could try going over here. Yeah, no, that might be death, that might not. I will say, if you expect your games to tell you where to go and how to get to places, any of these will be a bad one for you to a certain degree. That's another thing to point out. Because a lot of them will mention things, but you'll have to, like, put two and two together about what they mean with that on your own. Like, they'll say the name of a place or describe it a little bit, but they won't say, oh yeah, it's to the south of here, or it's to the east. They may just, like, tell you this area connects to this area by description, and then you've got to figure the rest out on your own. Is a very typical thing of this whole section of gaming. Okay, then a lot of the exploration aspect of even the 3D ones you shouldn't have too much trouble with, is they operate under the same logic in terms of direction. And a lot of anything you've learned from a standard Metroidvania does apply to a Souls-like Metroidvania. Just the combat tends to be more of the focus than the exploration, is the main difference between this subsection and the standard Metroidvanias. That's not to say that most Metroidvanias don't also still have good combat, because they do. But there's a lot more platforming and figuring out puzzles and places and things like that than just constantly fighting. Whereas, as you can see with this, I am almost constantly fighting something. Then, yeah, I wouldn't recommend any of the 3D Souls-likes if you're already having, like, a motion sickness issue or things like that. They really aren't going to be that great for you as far as that goes. Okay, we found another toy to give to the kid. Who knows how many more of those I'm still gonna have to find for that subquest. As nice as this looks, it's really hard to tell what they're doing when I can only see, like, part of their head. And that's all death down there, so... okay. So that solved nothing. I had a bad feeling about that, but I had hoped it was going to be smart enough to not have that be a solid wall. I should have known better. Do I even want to go back up there and go get that? I don't really need it. We're once again kind of stymied, though. Because we know this is death. This is just a death pit here. We proved that this is death pit down here. This is a death pit. If you don't like either of those, you'll hate this game. Because there's a lot of spikes. A lot of them are pretty irrelevant, because you can do a very simple jump past them 90% of the time. They don't put them in, like, super rude places for the most part. There's just a lot of them in some areas. And most of the death pits are fairly obvious. You won't fall in them unless you do something stupid. But they are an ever-present issue. Like, I won't mince words. There are a lot of pits and a lot of spikes. But an easy way to tell if it's a death pit or not is look for that mist. If you see the mist, don't jump down there, you'll die. So I give them credit for signposting it, but I do wish the map would indicate them. Oh, I definitely need a key. The problem is I have no idea where it is. I'm trying to find paths that I haven't found yet to try to find any kind of keys or anything. And I know one mechanic I need to be doing, which is lighting 4 purple torches, which I've only found 1 of so far. But I need the key most likely to get the rest of those. Problem is, navigating around here is also a bit of a thing. There we go. So we were already in here, and that's where the toys were. Actually, let me stay in here for a second, because the game doesn't pause while I have the map open. And I can think for a second. Is we can't get up to anything higher in here, because we don't have the right kind of mobility for that. We may just have to go somewhere else and come back, but there's also not anywhere else left to go other than here. So we must have missed something somewhere. Nothing's jumping out at me as somewhere I missed. Because I know this is a dead end. This is where the 1 purple torch we did light is. We can't go any higher on the elevator shaft over here because we need to be above that first to activate it. There might be something this way, but I didn't see anything, so I find that unlikely. But we know for a fact we do need keys for some of these doors because they prompted that they needed a key when I went to open them. A couple of them will be doors that need levers pulled from the other sides of them, of course. Just let me make sure that I didn't pick up a key and not notice it. Mark's key, Herman's key, master key, restricted key. No, that's all the keys we've had for a while. Okay. The last time we had this problem in this game, it was a matter of there was a jump I didn't think was possible that the game expected me to make. There's nothing down here on this side either. So there's either a breakable wall somewhere that I didn't find, that the game expects me to find, or just a ledge that has an item sitting on it that I didn't spot. Something stupid like that is most likely the current answer to our problems. Is the other most recent issue we ran into that blocked progress was not realizing a door in the background was openable. Because they hadn't done that leading up to that point. Yeah, there's just nothing there. Okay. We've already been down there. We've already been down there multiple times. Like, most of this we've already been through multiple times. There's a ledge here, but that's unreachable as far as we've been able to see. There's something potentially here, but at most there might be like a cubby hole here. So it's not worthless to check, but I don't know. It is basically the only thing left other than you can see a ledge here as well. They were on my list to check. I'm just starting from the top was the idea. The problem is, since so many of these have just been death pits... Now there's a note just here. Institute Scientia Record 2. A nocturne has fled its confinement. Wild amongst the sepulchri, a vendetta on its mind. The poison of the vanguard still coursing through its veins as it stumbles through these lands, cursing the fates of that at which the church has worked so hard to build. Hunted like a beast. Well, that's probably talking about us. Well, that's good, but doesn't help us. And that's all death down there. And there's no grapple point there, so I can't get up there yet. We've already been in that area to our immediate left, so that's pointless. I'm primarily looking at any areas that there's even just the tiniest bit of shaded on the map still, which means there might be a corner I didn't see. Which means we'll check this room next. Yeah, no, I think we're not gonna be able to do anything here because a lot of this is gonna be too high up. Though, actually, no, this is potentially doable. This is probably the key to where we need to go. Is I do this, this, and now we're over here. What's this? Frost bombs. Useless. Okay, that was not helpful. So far, they haven't been requiring us to use the beast form to get an extended jump. So I didn't anticipate this being necessary, but it was about the only thing I could reach. Because we can't grab that ledge above me there. That's out of reach. And the beast form doesn't make our jump higher, only further horizontal. And it's a safe bet that there's not a lot going on in here, considering there's no real means for us to reach this higher section in here. There's got to be something that got revealed on the map that I didn't actually look at, or a breakable wall. Those are the only two thoughts I have left at this point. Because they've definitely hidden things we needed behind breakable walls in this game before. Which is not exactly ideal, but it's fine. Just means it's time to start walking around hitting all the walls until something happens. Okay, so her death animation actually does damage, unlike some of them. Good to know. The game's been a very mixed bag as far as whether a death animation will hurt you or not. Some of them will, some of them won't. That one we stood next to before and nothing happened, so I assumed that the fire wasn't going to actually be real. Turns out I was just like a pixel away from it before, and I'm just gonna wait this out. I could dig the anti-fire thing out of my bag, but it's honestly probably not worth it. There we go. So I'm gonna prioritize checking areas where they have enemies set up to try to distract you from grabbing a wall. Because that's the issue we had down in the Frost Cave, is they purposely kept us on our toes so much that we wouldn't actually have a chance to check things. And that's how we missed the hidden things in that area. Till I came back to it today. Getting real tired of those guys, though. Which they, of course, placed them perfectly to be a problem. Feel like that hitbox wasn't so great there. Feel like he missed, but it counted. There we go. So that wall has nothing. We've already been through this. Yeah, there's all mist down there, so we know we can't go anywhere with that. really dislike their very, very long range. Get used to things like that happening, too. Just like, oh, you wanted to check the map for literally a split second? Die. Gotta clear a room before you try to open the map to think for a second. And I knew he was down there. But I figured he either wasn't gonna activate or it wouldn't quite reach through there. That was a miscalculation. But I'm like 90% sure there's fuck all in here at this point. But I do want to get our money back. It still weirds me out that these rooms don't actually connect. And that this is somehow a death pit in between. Especially with that ledge being there. You would think there'd be like a thing where you drop down onto this ledge from above. But we've already proven that that's a death pit. Unless there's some fuckery where they actually just make a section of that not be a death pit. Which seems unreasonable, so I don't think they'd go that far. Because they haven't so far. Doesn't mean they didn't, just means it's unlikely because they have not done that in the past over 12 hours we've been playing this. So it is highly unlikely. I would never rule it out entirely, but it wouldn't be my first port of call. We were already in this hallway. Did I check the ledge right below me for a hidden wall? Even if I didn't, I did now and nothing's there, so that rules that out. They really haven't done the whole hidden floor or ceiling thing much that I've encountered, so I'm not too worried about that. In terms of logical progression, since a torch was here, you would figure there'd be a torch somewhere over here. Because it would make sense for the corners to be where they'd keep some of them. I say that partly because a lot of the layouts for some of their stuff have been symmetrical. These seem like people that like symmetry. But I don't think that's a logic I can really take to the bank on this one, because not every area has been like that. We already were over there, that's where I got the book. This is where the torch was. Because these are what I need to be lighting. There's 4 of these around that'll light a thing in the middle that presumably opens a boss door. We already know this entire elevator shaft is clear. Like, I feel like we've gone over a lot of ground in this place, but not a lot has happened with a lot of it. And that's bothering me. Because that tells me I've missed things. But I just don't know where I've missed them. Hang on. I need to get somewhere where there isn't 1,000 enemies, because I just had a thought that I need to question. Also, the fact that this one's not hostile is bothering me. She has a health bar. I don't know if that one was just bugged out, or if I just did it bad by killing that one. But I wanted to see if they were, like, the key to a door or something by getting rid of them. Because we had a whole mirror puzzle with monsters on it before that the key to it was killing the monsters shown on it. We haven't seen a hint for anything like that, but can't hurt to check. You and your iframes. Okay, now I should be able to stop and think for a second. As I came to the realization, how have I seen so far into that room if that door's not open? It's probably just a radius around me that's showing that, but I'm gonna go over there and take a closer look. Yeah, this is the torch I saw. Okay. That's why we can see so far into there, though, is because it's just a thin wall. But there's no visible way in there, so this must be a spot where I pull a lever or something. Let's kill everything in here, because I skimmed through here every time I've been in here previously, and didn't bother killing every enemy. We'll search this place top to bottom, see if there's like a book to pull or something stupid like that. That's certainly a possibility. I don't know if that's gonna work out and be true, but again, I'm running out of other options and ideas, so we're getting down to the poke and prod all of the things in the hopes that something happens. Because, you know, of course a place like this would have the classic pull a book down and a door opens bit. There's not been any areas that weren't very obviously signposted as such that have needed me to kill everything. But something may be blocking me from getting to an interaction. So if we haven't found one yet, I'm pretty sure that there isn't anything like that in this room. But at this point, I'm just doing that for completeness sake. Just gonna walk through the entire place looking for anything that interacts. But it's not looking good. Not looking good. Because usually the only things that are hidden like that are things for extras, not things for progression. Wait. Take another look at that door. Notice how there's a gap underneath it. Was that gap there before? That's a genuine question, because I don't remember there being a gap there, but I may just be having mental autofill. where my brain interprets door as reaching floor without the door actually having reached the floor. Is the only reason I could think of that the door would be lifted up in that manner would be if there's like a threshold I have to reach to make it open. But the fact that we killed everything in here makes it seem like something like that wouldn't be the case. Because at that point it wouldn't make sense. And again, since it's a progression door, I find it unlikely that it would be like tied to me carrying enough money or something. Nope, I can't Hulk out and rip the door open. Okay. That was the only other thing I could think of. Like, maybe there's a hidden feature to beast mode where I rip the door off its hinges or something. This is the level of straws I'm grasping at this point, because I'm like, what the fuck did I miss? That said, let me put a pin here so I actually remember that that's where the other torch is. Like, I assume this guy's here just for when you go to cross back. Because for a second I was like, maybe he's guarding something? But yeah, he's just guarding the path. He's not guarding anything special. I did go over here, right? This is where the money boxes were. Or I think. Yeah. This is a dead end. Ow. Ow. It's not possible to climb this as far as we've been able to tell so far. Is none of the statues like come out of the wall or anything. There's one potential thing that's bugging me. One remaining thing that could be true. And I hate thinking about this possibility. Brain, why? I think last regular checkpoint will be better. Once again, just a millisecond of distraction got me killed. There's one possibility, though, that's bothering me, and that is the box we can't get to. The box whose breakable wall doesn't break. I don't remember if we've gotten a key out of any of those bronze chests before. If we have, the key we need might be in there, and that's why we haven't gotten anywhere. If we haven't, then I'm worrying over nothing. Something I'm gonna do that may backfire on me horrendously. I'm gonna save the game, which we just did. And I'm gonna go back to the main menu. Okay. Nothing bad happened yet. Let's reload the game. And we're going to go ahead and redo that bomb run now that I've reset the world. And we'll see if that bomb suddenly works properly now. It's a bit of a reach, but it's the only thing left. Again, barring a hidden wall somewhere in this sprawl being the answer. And we've walked up and down a good chunk of said sprawl and didn't find anything. So I find that suspect as well. We can look through here again right quick as well. Wow. We just suddenly got hit for a shitload. Okay, very good. Oh, he just has a spike launch move that he never used before. What? We might be onto something with him. Because wasn't that whole hallway empty the last time we walked through there too? Like, I don't know if I'm grasping at straws hard enough that I'm making shit up now. Or not. And I know we just lost a bunch of money. I'm not worried about that. Before any comments come up about that, it's like, no, we lost like 10K, I don't care. Because there's also a corpse here. And he doesn't seem any more durable than normal. Well, this is something. Lunar Heart of the Ascended. A heart wrapped in stardust of unknown provenance. The structure of the ice crystals seemed to have formed in a precise yet unnatural shape. Decipherable in descriptions of the ancient tomes of Ozaic, the heart is part of an ancient ritual created on the edges of the Moonshade Lake. Did bringing the tome of Ozaic to the other guy trigger him to spawn then? Because he definitely was not here before. But this corpse, I think, also wasn't here before. I need to check on that. I just had a connection drawn in my brain here that may be a problem. Because those clothes look like two very familiar NPCs. And one of which we can check on, the other one we can't. So I'm going to check on the one we can check on. The thing is, it's also probably fairly common clothing in this area, so... Assuming it's one of ours is a question mark, but can't hurt to check. We also can see if we can give him the heart while we're here. Yeah, he's still here, so it wasn't him. And he doesn't want the heart. Okay. But it mentions a ritual done at Moonshade Lake, so we could also potentially go over there, but let's see if she wants it. See if she wants it and gives us new spells from it or something. Nope. Okay, that's a dead end too then. Okay. Because the thing is, no one's asked for a heart or anything like that. So that's why I'm not, like, immediately going to anybody about that other than checking to see if he was dead. The other guy who might be dead is the guy I kept calling a vampire. The one who was going on and on about reclaiming his power and all of that. He easily could have made his way up here, considering the other places we've seen him show up. And then he would have died up there, or potentially. Let's see if having the heart means anything happens here. The skulls have been here the whole time. For anybody coming in late, they've been there the whole time. Don't worry about those. you want the magic MacGuffin heart? Nope. You just want me to go up there. Well, this was a pointless side path, but that's unsurprising. Now, something I would like to point out as well. I'm happy that I'm actually having to sit here and think. In case anybody thinks I'm upset that we're lost, I'm actually happier this way. Because this means that the progression isn't super simple. Because I was getting a little bummed out with how easy some of the areas were to traverse, because you literally just walk in a direction and most of the area completes itself. And this also helps distract me from the constant fighting. And the frustrations I was having with the ice mechanics and such. Which is a welcome distraction. But it's looking like the only thing really to follow up on was the thing I was talking about before with bombing open the thing that didn't work. Is basically what I'll do is I'll try once now having reloaded the save, and if that doesn't work, I'll try having rebooted the game. And we'll see what happens from there. Because, full disclosure, I did see a post indicating that there was an issue with some of the bombable spots. And I do know of one person who claimed that there was a solution. Specifically, they said that some weapons have a weird interaction for some reason. Now, I don't know if I believe that. I'm just gonna say that straight up. Not ruling it out as a possibility, but I find it more likely than the ones who were claiming that their saves disappeared after having this issue. Which is why I was a little nervous about going back to the main menu. His save corruption is always a looming potential possibility. Especially with a new release. But I feel like I would have heard about that a lot more if it was a serious issue that was happening frequently. And I wouldn't bank on the devs updating it immediately to fix that, because there's a lot of checking that has to be done to figure something like that out, potentially, so instant fixes aren't always a possibility. And there also haven't been any updates for this game at all in the first few days. Which, again, not really a huge issue, because there's not been anything broken that I've encountered with this game yet, really. Just some things I would love to see fixed, but aren't broken. So, not really something that's worth being like, hey, fix this now. Unlike how some people may act, where they're like, this doesn't make me happy, therefore fix it now. But yeah, basically I'm gonna redo this whole trip. And I'm gonna put us back on the setup we had when this has been working before. Just in case the bug does pertain. Oh! Picking up the heart gave me a new spell. Well, shit. 6 spectral blades that will surround the wielder and strike out at nearby foes. Neat. So it's not a thing I need to turn in, it's a thing I can use. What's this do then? No, it means what it does quite literally. Okay. This could potentially be a good spell? I don't know. Yeah, basically, I'm gonna put my equipment set quite literally back to what it was every time we've had this work in the past. Just in case any of the things I was using in my equipment set was a cause for anything to act weird. Is literally the only thing somebody said as a potential solution they found for it is switch your weapon. Which sounds stupid, but maybe there's a bug somewhere pertaining to that. One of the things I did worked. And that's where the key was. Had a feeling. Had a feeling. Because we had covered so much ground, there couldn't possibly be a place we didn't get to. Orden's Palace Master Key. Manfred Ordens was the cursed custodian of the hidden dead, until now. His body desolated by an iciness that infected him and so many others he once considered equals. This key will allow the wielder to follow in those doomed footsteps, at their peril. Now we have access to all of those locked doors. God damn it. This is another one of those things where I really didn't want to be right. Because I didn't voice this, and people are going to call me out on this saying that I'm lying now that I say this after the fact, but I was worried that this was going to be the case. Like, I know I mentioned it after a lot of searching, but even when we didn't get into it in the first place, I was very worried that it was actually going to be something I needed. Because I didn't want to bring up the fact that I ended up seeing a Steam discussion post to that effect. But to give some context to why I was looking at the Steam discussions at all, I was skimming through that to make sure there were no major bugs I needed to worry about. That's all I was skimming through for. And I encountered that post about the bombable spots sometimes not exploding. And that's why I had the reaction I did when that one didn't blow up. Because that proved that those people weren't talking out of their ass when they said that there was an issue there. And since that was connected with the same conversation I mentioned earlier that said somebody lost their saves, I wasn't sure if there was a major data corruption that somehow happens if you interact with that wrong. Which led to me being very worried. So I think the one over here was one that needed a key. So we'll start from here. I should have just fixed this issue straight out the gate rather than hunting down the entire place, but I wasn't sure it was gonna be fixable. So apologies for that assumption on that one, because it ended up wasting like an hour of everyone's time, I think. So that one's on me. But at least we're on track to make forward progress again. And all things considered, it's not really any worse than things normally go. There's definitely a ledge over there. Maybe if I jump from here, because we didn't get any speed. Nope. So instead of grappling, he just teleports up. I wish I could actually, you know, teleport up whenever I want. And that was a breakable door that was past that jump, I would like to point out. So, we'll need to keep that in mind. Oh, well, there's another one of our missing torches. There we go. So yeah, more than likely our entire issue here was tied completely to the fact that that one bombable spot didn't blow up when it was supposed to. I am kind of glad then that I didn't stop for the day like I was debating doing when we felt very stuck. Because it would have, one, led to a very short stream, which would not have been great, and I wouldn't have been able to really solve this in a satisfactory manner. Because it would have just been, hey guys, I went and bombed the thing again and it worked this time. I don't know why. That's literally what it would have become, because that's exactly what happened here. But at least we have the key and the doors work now and everything is in proper order now. I know I'm opening the map a lot. I've completely just like lost the plot for a moment. Eric, I know I lost the plot. What are you doing? Just wouldn't grab that ledge for some reason. Yep. This wasn't just gonna be an empty room. There was no way. I feel like we were supposed to have gotten into this one first. First after getting the key, that is. Die. Really? Okay. Aha! Goodbye. Maybe there's gonna be another mirror here then if there was one of those. No? Prizes though. Another belt. Hooray. More bullets that I'm not using. Oh, the excitement. Don't get me wrong, that's actually a nice thing to get. Just it genuinely doesn't help us specifically. Because nothing we're using makes use of bullets. But this does tell me if I like do a redo of this game, focusing on the guns and instinct and things like that more, that there's a good bit of support for gun use in this game. Is the first thing that popped to my eyes as far as an issue with the guns in this game was how limited your ammunition was going to be. Is for those that weren't here for session 1 and to a chunk of session 2 as well, honestly, you start with 10 bullets. You can't carry more than 10 bullets per checkpoint. So that would really severely limit somebody who's like trying to use only guns. So that just like wouldn't be physically possible. Another bomb spot, huh? Okay. Okay, the ice knives have a decent bit of range to them. So they basically provide me an ice homing attack. That might actually be incredible then. And the reason why I say that is if they reach high enough, they might be an anti-air weapon for me finally. Well, I wasted a focus thing, but there was 3 here, so that's okay. Okay. Interesting. That connects us back to here near the checkpoint. Okay. We may as well go ahead and use the checkpoint. Okay, they can aim a decent bit vertically, so these are fantastic. Because they do a good bit of damage. They auto-target, so I don't need to worry about aiming them, so there's no, like, delay while I hesitate for a second to make sure I'm pointing correctly. And it's a multi-hit, so everything about it is good. So we should just go down there, probably, because there's more than likely like a torch back in that corner. But I wanted to hit the checkpoint first. Speaking of, we might as well go spend our money first while we're standing at the checkpoint. And I gotta say, our progress has slowed to a crawl since we got to the ice area. There's a joke there, but I'm not gonna say it out loud. You can guess what I'm hinting at when I say that and make your own pun on your own. The point being, I wonder how many areas are left after this one. Because if there's, like, only one more area left after this, the size of this area then makes sense. But if there's a lot more areas left, then I'm very worried how much more the area sizes are going to keep increasing. Is if it's like ever expanding constantly, that is going to become insanity. Because there's already a lot of ground to cover in this area. When you consider that this is a different color, so it's technically a different zone than this. But, like, the village was the size of some of the other areas we've been in, so that wasn't too bad. The sheer size of the ruin zone, though. Look at how sprawling this section is. Yeah, I thought you were slowly making your way over here. I kept hearing chains jingling when I was looking at the map. They were very faint, but I heard her making her very slow approach, trying to creep up on me. While I explained my thoughts here. Like, if we end up with another area that sprawls as much as this area does, it's gonna take a while. Like, this area is arguably the same size as this, but it's all wrapped around itself. These two have definitely been the largest areas in the game, though I'm 90% sure. Especially when you consider the fact that we're not done with this area yet. We're probably most of the way done with it if I had to hazard a guess. Because we only have one more torch left to light after this one, I think, and it's the one we already know where it is. And then from there, it's going through the door that's all guarding. A lot of coffins in here. I would have expected there to be a ghost here. Oh, this is the exit. This leads back out onto the front area. Okay, that makes sense. Well, amendment. There's two things about this that don't make sense. One, why are all the coffins stored at the front gate of the palace? That's a little weird. Two, why is... What use would I have for going back out the front gate? Like, I'm just thinking about it now from a mechanical standpoint. I'm like, why? Like, I assume they did that just as, like, cleaning up a loose end as far as that goes. Like, here, there's the way you open the front gate. Just so nobody's like, well, why can't we use the front gate? Even though, like I said, the front gate would honestly be irrelevant. It does mean that if you ever come back here, you don't have to go all the way around. Am I really gonna have to load the save again? Or is the katana the problem? Hang on. The katana might be the problem. Like, there might be something bugged in the code of the katana that's making these bombs not work. Which would be weird, but it's always a possibility. Nope. At least the katana's not intrinsically the problem. Though maybe if I put it away. Like, maybe, once again, if we go back to our original setup, we will somehow be lucky and have it work. I may just need to restart the game again. Which isn't that bad, because the checkpoint's not far. But I'm going to try a third time, having swapped our stuff around, to see if this is a provable bug. No, it looks like I just need to restart the game whenever that happens. Okay. Hopefully we don't have that many more bombable spots after this then, because having to reboot the game every time one of them breaks is not great. If we didn't have over 10,000, I would actually be tempted to die to see if resetting the world by dying would fix it, so I wouldn't have to go back to the main menu. Wait. Yeah, no, I should just touch the checkpoint. I had a thought, and it's like, well, what happens if I just exit to main menu without touching the checkpoint? Would I reappear there? And it's like, don't try your luck on that one. Let's just nod and say we did, shall we? Now to walk back down there again. And I'm just not going to equip anything other than what we have right now. Just in case something ends up getting fucky because of having something wrong in your hands or something. Because, like, unfortunately, there's a lot of ways something like that could bug out, and I do not have the know-how nor access to make head or tails of why that's happening. Because, like, I know a bit of code, but I don't really have the access to everything they put in there to determine why that's happening. I will say, as per usual, this game seems to be getting buggier as we get toward the latter parts of it. That's not a dig against the people that made this game, because almost every game in existence gets buggier the further you get into it. Because more often than not, crunch and rushing starts happening when you get toward the end of a release. That just makes sense. Because, you know, they want to push it out the door and make sure it actually gets out on time. And for how few bugs I've encountered in this game, something like this is completely acceptable. It's a mild inconvenience, but it's not breaking the game. It's breaking the flow of the game a bit, but it's not breaking the game itself and making it unplayable. As you can see, reloading the save fixed it. So, not really a major issue. It's just inconvenient. So now let's go light the last one and all that good stuff. The last one's above me, so I may as well hit up the checkpoint on the way. Like, my brain is still trying to wrap itself around that bug, regardless of whether I have the capacity to understand it. Just because I'm trying to think if there's actually, like, anything that could be leading to it. And the problem is, I can't even say that I could, like, try to replicate it, because I'd have to find another bombable spot. So by the time we find another one of those, it probably won't be at the front of my mind anymore, and thus that won't work. There we go. Nice, even 35 mind now. I am still laughing in the back of my brain at how kind of balanced our stats have ended up being for the most part. Like, the only stat that doesn't feel like it's in line with everything else is our strength. Our strength definitely was abandoned. Wrong way. I got so used to running back into here, but I don't need to anymore. I just need to go up the elevator once, go over, open the door for the torch. Actually, that's a point. The door for the torch is still going to be slightly more complicated. Because the door over here for the torch wasn't a key door. It said it won't open. So, I don't know. No, even though it was a won't open door, it was still a key door. I am dying when I'm looking at this happening. Oh my god, game, why? So that's a problem. You can be in a cutscene and be attacked. So they definitely need to fix that. Like, I get them not wanting people to, like, use that to cheese an attack. But if they don't want people doing that, they also shouldn't have given you iframes when you're picking up items. Like, they kind of can't have it both ways on that one. You should be invincible while you're having a scene like that play. Considering you have absolutely no control over the situation when your camera's panned away from you. Like, I'm fully willing to believe that it's a situation where it's something that's unfixable. At least in any good way. But genuinely, a fix would just be put character in invincible state until camera returns from what you triggered it to move to. it wouldn't be a perfect solution, but it would probably solve the problem enough that nobody would die randomly. Apparently they grabbed me as I was trying to go through the door, so that was a thing too. This key door was mostly useless. I forget if this is where the torches were or not. Oh well. That's nice to see. Thank you for the rate. Hey, do you rate? How you doing? Let me get you a shout out over here. What were you up to today? Ah, you were doing more Lunistus. I assume another speedrun? I seem to recall that that's what you've usually been doing with that. So far, so good. How you doing? And if, in case it didn't get through because Twitch being weird, thank you for that raid. Much appreciated. Okay, so you were able to hear me. I know sometimes Twitch can be a pain in the butt, so I always double up and make sure people hear everything. So how'd the time work out for that one? And so far, this has been going well. We had a brief moment where we got very stuck because some of those bombable areas didn't actually break when they were supposed to, so we had to reload a couple times to get them to work. Other than that, it's just been the ice area being a pain in the butt and us moving on with our lives beyond that. Yeah, in theory. Depends on if they can figure out why it's doing that or not quickly. And if they even find out that the bug exists. I know people were complaining about it, so I know people know the bug exists. Whether the devs get that information is another animal. I forgot where the door we opened is, though. So we'll check this door and then we'll figure out where the torches were again. So I forgot to mark them. I am a fool. Sometimes... the thing is, you also have to take into account the amount of times where people are being loud and annoying for no good reason. So now and then useful information get filtered out because they're ignoring people just being a pain in the ass about the game. Because there's certainly a lot of negative reviews that are kind of questionable in terms of their accuracy already. So they're already getting bad feedback in. Okay, no, this was the other door. That was the breakable door I can't reach. So I wouldn't be surprised if some of the feedback and the information gets lost. I will, of course, be kicking them a bug report about it myself with the clips and everything of it happening. Oh yeah, there's plenty of people that were complaining game hard, and it is hard, but these are people that clearly didn't play some of the far more unreasonable options that there are out there. This has been mean, but fair mean for the most part, aside from this ice area. This ice area just can go away. You could just throw this whole area out with the wash and I wouldn't feel anything. That's fair. And there have been people going back and forth between saying Blasphemous is harder, this is harder. So I don't know where that actually ends up sitting, because I never finished Blasphemous. I keep meaning to think about it again at some point, but I kind of bounced off that one. just didn't quite feel right to me. Though people have been raving about the second one, so if I ever end up getting it, I may give the first one a closer look at that point. Well, it's one of those things, a game can be high quality and still not work for somebody. But that was also, like, this was back when Blasphemous 1 was new, so that would be, what, like 5 years ago? Something like that at this point? A lot has changed in that time frame for me, so I might find it better now. I just haven't gotten back to it. There's just honestly too many games. Like, I love that that's a problem we have in this day and age, but there's too many games. Yeah, I do remember that they added some stuff in future patches and such. I don't... Yeah, exactly. The second part of that is the even bigger problem. It's like, I would happily play 10 or 20 games a day. I wouldn't be able to finish any of them, but I would be happy to try that many at a time. Because that's just the kind of crazy person I am. The problem being, that's impossible on the wallet. There we go. Found the torture room. This is what I was trying to find this entire time, since we opened this door. I just could not remember where this room was. Yep, this is definitely a boss room. Okay, hang on. Before I die in here, let me mark where this is on the map. Because we have a temporary checkpoint there, but I may end up not going to that temporary checkpoint. So if I have to back out and grind, now I have a marker to show me where that is. No, it's you again.
Leave this place. It is not a destination for a cursed traveler.
Well, maybe you should have put a no trespassing sign out in the front lawn then, lady.
Who are you? What is the meaning of these words you utter?
Evil took it in its grasp. Its whispers remain under the ground. And soon you will join them. For your blood is that of an impure design. You must cease in your endeavors, for it will be the end of you.
I mean, you are far more likely to be the end of me than any designs you're speaking of.
Your soul will be the next to perish, by my own hand.
And there it is. Okay. You have much the same moves I do. In fact, you're using the same weapon. Here, catch. Okay, you have a gun. Here. Fireball beats gun. There's gotta be more to this fight. She's already at half health. There's no way that's the whole fight. There's gotta be a catch. Oh, she can heal too, so maybe that's the kicker to that. But we can outrange her with the whip, so I can just kind of get free hits that way as well. So she basically would have to use her gun to have a chance to hit. But I suspect she's gonna turn into some kind of crazy monster, just like everybody else that's been an easy fight. Oh, you remembered you could do that, huh? Well, you know what? Let's make it a fair fight then. I'll do that too. Oh, hey, that's a neat trick. Pity I can't do that. Ow. I suppose I can do this. That cat. Oh, God. Yeah, I think she's mad. And since she's changed patterns, she might not transform then. Because the only ones that have transformed have been ones who've stayed at the same pattern the whole fight. Oh hey, her weapon burnt out too. Neat. I'm actually happy that her weapon obeys the same rules as ours since it is the same weapon. How about you don't do that? First try.
You will regret this, foolish traveler.
Well, you are already regretting pissing me off.
Curse you. Your own arrogance blinds you.
This coming from the one who has been aggressive every time I've shown up when I even offered to work with you. Be thankful you're still alive. So I'm probably going to regret that. Not that I had a hand in that decision. Oh, let me guess. That was the prelude to the real boss. That makes sense. I should have went back. Yep. Manfred the Accursed. Neat trick you got there. Here's one of mine. Ooh, wow. The game warned me he was landing there, but I couldn't figure out how he was gonna get there, so I'm like, maybe they're full of shit. Ow. You know, maybe he was gonna do, like, deceptive nonsense. No, it was playing it straight for me there. Ow. I'm gonna make a good showing of it, but we are not winning this. I saw the chandelier too late. That's fine. Do I have to fight Lisa again? Because we went back to checkpoint. Nope, Lisa's gone, so we can fight him at full strength. We'll be fine. Because this has been a fight that's kind of at my pace. I can live with this. I just need to get a read for the pattern. Nope, read that one wrong. Thought that was going to be more horizontal. He also doesn't have an obscene amount of health, but he may have a second health bar. You good there, Manfred? You seem to be stuck there, buddy. I think I broke it. I think I broke him. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know what to do with this because I don't really want to win this way. But I don't dare go back to main menu because things might break more. But he's definitely very stuck. Well. I did that thing I'm good at again. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Maybe if he gets to the second half, he'll wake up. Because I don't know how he got stuck, but he definitely froze in an animation, because I'm assuming something unexpected happened, and the code froze, more or less. Like something in his AI, or in his animations, broke, because something hit differently. Because we got a different fight stuck like that before. We didn't have them permanently stuck. But, seeming like Manfred's completely broke. Because he's past the halfway mark and nothing's happened. I was hoping that him changing patterns might have gotten him out of his animation that he's stuck in. Yeah, I don't know what to do here. Because I'll feel bad just winning with him frozen, but I'm terrified that going back to main menu might break our save. Today's been a really weird day. I'm gonna flip a coin. Heads, we kill Manfred. Tails, we try the main menu and see what happens. Okay. We're trying it. Fingers crossed. Worst case, as long as the save exists, we'll have to fight Lisa again. Yeah, because it's saying our checkpoint's at the clock tower. Yeah, because you'll notice my marker's gone now. And that was up here, I think it was. Right? I think it was that room. Now, people may think I'm crazy for doing that. For backing out of that fight when I had an easy win. And I probably will regret it. Don't get me wrong. I will almost certainly regret doing that when I get my ass handed to me. But I want to win fair. It's the same reason I don't, like, just save state my way to victory on the games that I've gotten stuck in the past. It's just that good old stupid sense of honor I have kicking in and telling me, no, if I win that way, what's the point? Now, a clarifier on that thought, though, is I don't mind cheesing the shit out of fights, but that is past the point of cheese. That is an entire goddamn charcuterie board of bullshit that was playing in my favor there. All good. Enjoy your dinner. We're redoing the fight because Manfred completely bugged out and was frozen in place, and I refused to win that way. So now we have to fight Lisa again. So, you know, on the list of things I may need to tell the devs about, I may need to send them that clip too, so they can figure out how he ended up completely stuck in place. Though I doubt anybody will thank me for that one. Well, yeah, that's why I'm like, I'm on the fence with telling them, but I feel like I am obligated to report that. Because I know it'll be beneficial to people. But this is also not a speedrun, so it's not something I'm going to take advantage of. But it also ceases to be my problem after I finish the game, because I'm probably never playing it again. Because that's just not what I do. First try again. Yeah, I'll regret this. I already know I'm gonna regret at the other choice I made in terms of resetting the fight. This time we're gonna go back to the main checkpoint and save the game so we don't have to fight Lisa again if Manfred breaks again. It's like he just got completely stuck in one of his slash animations. Just his back, like, turned to the camera the entire time. And I nearly killed him before I decided, no, I'm gonna be good about it. Because I wanted to see if he was gonna reset when he presumably would have gotten to phase 2. Oh, you... God damn it, game. You know, things like that really do make it tempting for me to have kept that reality. I gotta love how this game really makes me question whether I should have played nice or not. Because what happened there is Eric refused to grab that ledge. Even though I went to the exact same pixel I've gone to grab that ledge dozens of times before. I suppose it's balanced in a way, because I got a favorable bug, and now immediately followed by an unfavorable bug. There's my money. Now please grab any of these ledges there, Eric. Thank you. Though, actually, I need to go back down. Well, no. We'll go up, spend the money, and come back and fight Manfred, since I'm already basically up there. I will say, getting screwed there really does make me feel less bad about almost cheesing that entire fight out. Almost. But I am a stubborn old fool with too much honesty for his own good sometimes. Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong, I have certainly partaken and it has been enjoyable, but there are some things I want to play fair on, and this is one of them. Okay, the mind scaling does go up, so yes, this is going to be a weapon I'm going to be using long term then. Because that scaling will make that far more useful to us. You're fine. That was not an argument. That was, like, you are completely correct, but I am being my own brand of fool here. And I completely accept that. Went the wrong way again. I will always be the first to call myself out on something that I know is not the wise choice out of something. The wise choice would have absolutely been to maliciously and happily take advantage of that situation. As I've already mentioned, the game's gonna punish me for being nice. I already know this. It has no such qualms. You know, it's kind of funny how we're ending up walking back with basically the same amount of money we had when you walked in here the first time. We basically spent the money we got from Lisa and then walked back. Without actually spending the rest. Alright, Manfred. Let's do this dance again. And hopefully you don't get stuck this time. If you get stuck again, I give up. You will die. That's just how that's gonna go. I'm giving you one extra chance. But I think it's something to do with the fireball. Something about him getting hit enough times while he's in one of those animations. He just gets stuck. Yeah, because see, that pose where he just disappeared, that was the pose he got stuck in last time. With his back fully rotated away. This is actually the wrong weapon to be using against him, because he's using a lot of blood attacks, so he more than likely isn't going to be weak to blood damage. So back to the fire sword. No, that seems to be comparable damage, if not lower. I didn't realize I didn't heal on that second one. I thought I had just enough of a frame there to have healed. Turns out, no. Okay. So I think the blood sword was still doing more damage to him, though, so we'll put that back. Let's get rid of lightning. Yeah, bring the ice. That gave me a lot of free hits. And actually, no. Half the attacks on the katana are doing less than the fire sword, actually. Now that I look at it again. Because these are doing consistent hundreds, and then the higher ones are 170s. So this is definitely higher. There we go. Avoid that properly this time. Dodge that. Fireball for you. Heal up. As long as we stay toward the wall when he does the slams, he can't hit us with the chandelier. So far, this isn't going half bad, though. Oh yeah, I almost didn't reclaim my money. That would have been awkward. I screwed that one up bad. I really should be bringing those overtime heals with me for this fight. That reminds me. Time to go crazy. Yeah, it's a really good-looking game. It doesn't always move right, but it's a good-looking game. Oh, he's making it rain. Not the good way. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Here he comes. Well, I wasted most of my beast form, but we get it back reasonably easily, so that's not too bad. I moved to the wrong... Oh, I don't like that. He's doing shadow clones now. As you can see the attack coming out, I'm just not reacting quick enough because I'm on the back foot now. Yep, I'm getting juggled now. It's not over yet, but it's not looking good. Yeah, I no longer have free hits when he's doing that. Because the shadow starts jumping around in the middle of that whole thing. Okay. If I just come in properly prepared, we'll be fine. Just bring those so I can heal over time when I don't take the heaviest hits. And I think we're otherwise in good shape. Just be a little bit better prepared. Yeah, that was a greedy move. I wanted to see if I could get away with it. The ironic thing is, with my sword on fire, it's not actually doing more damage to him. At least not much more damage, most of the time. So that's not actually that worth doing, it seems. Hi. Here, have one of these. Like, the focus seems better spent on throwing fireballs at him, because those do a good amount of damage to him safely. Missed me. Try again. Too slow. No sense burning the rest of that, waiting this out this time. That was an interesting trade on my part. Interesting because he can afford to make those trades. I can't. Not too many. Pop a heal over time. Too early. I misread what he was doing there, and I'm getting very hardly punished for my mistakes. Too early again. God damn it. It's always this latter half of the fight. Oh, you did it again, you bastard, man. Oh, that was a cheap shot. He went for a new move right when I was in a bad position. Yep. Knew I was gonna regret being nice. Let's see. What other tricks do I have up my sleeve? Yeah, that's what I figured. Anything with a pre-existing damage type's not gonna be able to use those. That's why I wanted to keep one on hand that didn't use a specific damage type. So let's put the whip back on the bar then. And we'll try using some different elements and see if he's got a weakness. The extended range of the whip might also be a benefit to us. That's scoring pretty good so far. The increased range might come in handy. The electricity also affects the special moves. Okay. That's good to know. Now that the electricity's worn off, though, back to the sword, I think. Because I'm not really gonna have great times to try to turn the electricity back on. I thought I was gonna be able to get between those cleanly. Not so much. Gonna die eventually. I mean, we all are, but you first. I insist. Haha. You're not the only one with some cheap tricks up your sleeve. Ooh, wow, that was a bad bit of damage to take. That's okay, so I have a safe spot right here to heal for a moment. Enough out of you, Manfred. That's why beast form is really handy to have. Corrupted Heart of Nycrux. Darkness shrouds the ceaseless hunt for power. More and more as their secrets were sealed, until a mere husk remains, frozen, twisted, corrupted, yearning to return to the well once more. Once more. And now we've killed Manfred properly. Still only took like 2-3 tries, so I'm not too upset about that one. What do we got? Celestial larva. I sense a celestial shadow surrounding me. The air defiled by an imperceptible presence. Their will is divine. Above all else, I yearn for understanding, to understand the wishes of the one who commands, to utter my devotion to the cosmos. Surely that is worth any price in the forsaken lands we now tread. I will do anything. We can now double jump. Hell yeah. And we get sick wings, too. That's a pretty significant double jump, too. I'm pretty happy with that. This also means a lot has been opened up to us that we saw before. Hang on, my left eye has just decided to really itch now for some reason. After all that happened. I'm not jumping down there. No, thank you. Wait, I can't go back the other way, so I do have to go back this way. God. Wait, no, we went back through the torch door before. Fuck you, game. I'm going my way. I'm not jumping down into your death pit. I refuse. I'm no fool, no siree. Because the moment I saw that we were back on the normal part of the map when I went through there, that ceased having any reason for me to walk the way they wanted me to. But now with double jump, a lot of our problems will have been solved. Because this means a lot of the traversal that we felt like we had to use the grapple or any of the other moves for, we don't need to. And all of the ledge grabbing we had to do in here, for example, don't have to do that anymore. Double jump bypasses that entirely. This also means we can get up into that area of the high wall, probably. We can get into all of those places we saw back in the first area that we couldn't get to. All the things in Mithrigar we couldn't get into. Like, so much has opened up from us getting double jump. But first and foremost, spend the money. Don't be a fool. Did we pick up anything I think he would be interested in? I don't think so. Because we now have a fancy heart instead of just a regular heart. Actually, yeah, let's talk to Annabelle first on that note. Because she may have something to say based on the fact we have another heart.
We must be vigilant. Now that the denizen of the Frosted Fortress has been defeated, Ladakh will become even more dangerous. My faith is with you, Eric. You must continue yonder, for you have further to tread on your journey.
Thank you for just telling me what I already knew. And you had nothing useful to add. Okay, good. You still only have the same things you had before, too. Joyous day. At least you didn't raise the price again. Which tells me it more than likely was the price going up because of level, rather than things I had done.
We cross paths.
You don't have anything useful. Goodbye. Okay, good. It doesn't have to be used at the peak of the jump either, so I can also use it as a jump distance extension. Very good. You want this thing? No? Okay. I'm just gonna go ahead and buy you out a Demi-Shade ore, so I don't have to think about it again. I basically don't have to come back up to you ever again unless I find something you might actually be able to do something with. And there was just a treasure room on this side, right? That just got me the one thing, and I was like, if that's all this key was for, I'm sad. Yeah. I'm pretty sure I checked that the last time we were up here, but just in case. I don't think we ever checked the wall behind her, but I'm not going back over there right now. Kid probably doesn't have anything to add, but I'll check just in case.
I have never felt so...
That's the same thing you said last time. Goodbye. We can drop off the toy we picked up at the other kid down in the ruins. But I find that unlikely to do anything productive right now either. Yeah, raising the scaling on this is probably the play right now. And then these will both be at the same level. There's a part of me that's still thinking about seeing if this raises scaling at all. But this first, since this is actually being used, then we'll worry about that. So he's out. Oh, he has infinite moonsilver now. There's no longer a number there. He also has infinite bullets, but I think he had infinite bullets before. He might have had infinite moonsilver for a while, and I may have not have noticed before.
Cursbearer, you are audacious.
suspicious in your frequent visitations and wanderings? The reflection you see of yourself is one that is tarnished. I have witnessed many a nobleman destroy themselves, recruited by a congregation of ambition. They may be rich in wealth, but not in true intelligence.
She may also just be that tall as well. There's a lot of question marks involved with her, and I'll explain why when we see somebody in the next room over.
Only one place shall give you a true echo, a path which will grant you clarity, a path that's now solely known by one other, the cosmic voice.
That's very unenlightening. But I wanted to grab a quick level of instinct while I was over here. Her dress is really long. And you'll note that she is dressed similarly and is also just wildly tall and bent for some reason. I assume there's a connection there, and I just don't know what that is. But you know, that's a thing. That's something that exists here and is accepted. So that's all we'll talk about on that score.
I am gratified to lay my eyes upon you once more.
I feel that. My back has had days like that. Years of retail will do that. So we could easily go here. Yeah, I'm curious. What's up there? That is also true. You have anything yet?
I am gratified to see you have returned to me. Your sense of duty is a fine trait to be admired. Find the celestial way. The light of Alaris will guide you to salvation.
That was incredibly unhelpful. Yeah, you're the one who sells the focus stuff that I still don't need. I feel like we had this conversation, but I'm gonna check.
Pray, tell me more about these sepulchri.
You must not utter so freely about such things. Incapable of...
Yeah, we did talk about that before. Okay.
Could I?
Perhaps it is a... Should your weak body...
Bye, lady. Going up here. I must find the one who has taken the great burden of these lands, for my sisters and I need salvation. The rest of the note is obscured due to a pool of church candle wax. I would say this is her room, but how would she even get up here? Dark moon charm. Ooh. That, I presume, enhances dark damage. Yep, dark damage, dark defense, resistance to nightmare. Much like the other ones. Which I've currently got a physical, a frost, and a blood one on right now. I probably should either put the electric or the dark one back on to make our magic stronger. Or put the crit chance one back on in place of the frost now that we're done in the ice area. We'll rock that for a bit, though I wonder if we're even going to really encounter that much dark damage again. Because they've done that bit before. But they've also hit me with blood attacks before and then did it again, so we'll see. I presume I still can't go this way. Yep, that door's still painted on just like it was before. I could just get back down to Mithrangal from here, but I'd rather use the checkpoints. I forget exactly where that elevator dumps me off. But now that that's been checked off, I now know for sure that I don't need to think about coming back here until I have something that'll open that door. Because I was wondering if out the back of her church was actually going to be another area. That's why that was one of my first ports of call. Oh yeah, we can also pass each of these areas that the ghosts were sitting in front of, because we can jump past them now. So let's see what was going on with that. Well, well. Thank you for the follow, Aura Zanga Cat, and thank you for the raid, Crimson. Hopefully you're doing well today. How was your stream? What? Oh, that was probably the other one. Okay. Ah, right, you were doing more Dragon Age. How'd that work out for you? You know what, this seems like a good place to stand while I make sure everybody's heard things and been here. Ah, of course, spiders. Glorious. Welcome in. I'm glad you could join us from the raid. How are you doing today? And all is well. There you are. Well, yeah, spiders always make things slightly complicated. Oh, so the ghosts were leading me to an eye? Which makes sense because the first ghost we saw was there. Okay. Yeah, we've had a lot of things happen here today, so don't worry too much about what you're seeing right now. Some have heard the whispers of a path to the cosmos and its keeper, their soothing voice a comfort to the one who dedicated his life to rid the world of the Junus ministry and its leader. A mere glimpse would never be enough. Understandable. Better to take care of yourself than to overdo it. So to lend a little bit of context to the eyeball I just picked up and why I'm not questioning that, there was a note we found over here. Not that one. This one. 2 eyes plucked from the one who had been bequeathed the blessing of sight. It's the only way to view the bare truth. More than likely, the connection between this and those eyes is there's going to be a secret passageway I'm going to be shown by having both of those eyes. And more than likely, the other of those eyes is over in the Hall of Mirrors, because that's the other place we saw one of those ghosts. We were granted the ability to see those ghosts by purchasing a mask that allows us to speak to the dead. So if I quickly pop over here and go directly to my left, that should allow me to figure out if I'm right. Because you'll notice these skulls floating here. The mask allows me to see those. We also triggered these to exist by finding a ghost elsewhere who wandered off and we had to follow them. This one. We still can't talk to them. I don't really know what that whole situation is. I assume that's the person whose eyes we're picking up. If I were to hazard a guess. So I made a mistake. I have chosen poorly. Well, this complicates matters greatly. Ooh, neat trick you got there. Could you not? Why must you be so well animated? Okay, this is a thing you're doing. Okay, very good. I can't help but notice that I'm not doing a lot of damage to it. I have some concerns. Ow. Ow. Yeah. I'm gonna go out on a limb and assume I shouldn't be there right now. And, the other eye is probably not there. Okay. Just gonna put a sword symbol over here now. So I remember bad things live there. Well, while we're here, let's go drop off a toy for a child and pretend that didn't happen. Yeah, that seems a little out of my depth at the moment. Well, that's the worst thing there as well, is they weren't using all of the heads. Like, 2 of them were still hanging out there in the background. I'm very worried that in the second phase they're gonna use all of them. Well, the Maiden in Masks disappeared. So that's a thing. There was a creepy many-limbed person there with a lot of masks, and they vanished. So that's worrying. Though I think I might know why. Maybe they disappeared, but first and foremost, let's drop this toy off before I forget when I go off on that tangent. Here you go, kid. Have a toy.
Did you find my toys?
Maybe not yours, but here's a toy.
Toy brings a moment of joy to my heart.
Yes, yes. So, to explain a couple things. Man in Masks used to be here. Said something about wanting to have a masked ball for a dancer we found over in the city all the way over here. Said dancer was hanging around our manor that we were using as a base of operations till we told her about the Maiden in Masks wanting to throw the masked ball, and now, presumably, since both of them have disappeared, that is happening somewhere. Logic denotes, since it happened because of us clearing out the castle up top, they are both up there somewhere now, or they're both dead. One of the two. There's always the chance that the Maiden in Masks killed Annika when I sent her over here all that time ago, and that's how we got the second skin mask. Because the mask was unlocked after we sent Annika over there. So, you know, 2 and 2 does lead to 4. Even though 4 can be a very concerning number at times. So that's a thing. So on the note of the town, let's go back over here for a moment, because there's a couple places we can now reach with our newly gained double jump. As to whether any of those will be worth our while, I don't know, but best to check that out. Because after we cleared out the ice castle, we gained these magic wings that lets us double jump. You would think wings like that would let us fly, but not quite. And before anybody asks why I just picked up a dehydrated child, I don't know. The only one I've found to give them to is the lady covered in ink, but she only gives me like 200 currency for it, so I'm kind of hoping I find a better offer. And if anybody's worried about the well-being of those children, I'm pretty sure that's a long past problem. So, I wouldn't worry about that part. Now, what's in here? It's a trap full of very tough enemies, surprisingly. Huh. Well, then again, you have to have double jump to get here, so they would make these guys pretty strong. That would make sense. There we go. Oh, wow, I haven't seen these bomber guys in so long. I don't miss them, but, you know. I acknowledge that they're a thing I haven't seen in a while. Oh yeah, there's executions in this game, in case people didn't know that. Just gonna rip this guy's wings off. There we go. He didn't need those. Oh, get a load of you. You're different. I feel like a fire sword against you is probably not what I want. I wouldn't mind these exploding spears y'all have, though. Quite the scream they've got. Oh, Sister of Sacrament. Okay. You definitely have very guttural screams when you die, so I don't know how to feel about either of those thoughts. What is this? Oh! I know what that means. Now, to explain why I know the answer to this, it's because it's a mirror of a puzzle we just did in the previous area. There were 4 heads to crush in the ice area that led to a very similar pedestal to the one you just saw in that little cutaway. So presumably there's going to be a similar amount of those hearts to break, and then we'll go lay on that pedestal and be sent somewhere. Much like the other one. God, it is so nice being able to just double jump around and clear, like, the entire area of this place. This also provides a very good look at how much smaller this zone is compared to where we just were. Wait a minute. I just had a thought. I'm gonna have to do some killing to make this thought a reality, I think. When it's done properly, it does. I've definitely seen a few double jumps that feel awful, but they're few and far between usually. So my suspicion was this manhole cover, but we have nothing to interact with it with, and I can't hit it, so I think that's not actually a thing. That was the only thing I could think of to reach the impassable door there, because on the wall on the other side of it isn't breakable. So, still not sure how to get in that room. That's basically like the only thing that's blocked off in this place for us. Because it's not a door you use a key on or anything. There's a switch somewhere that opens that. If I remembered where that graveyard was, I'd show you guys what I mean with the hearts. So I don't think it's down here. I think it's further along than that. I wonder what happened to the guy we talked to here. The guy I keep calling a vampire because he really looks like a vampire. Well, we can go check out that pathway over there anyway, so it's not a total loss going over this way. Hello, ma'am. Goodbye. Please don't chop me. I'm not edible. I'd be killing my way through here, but none of these things are going to be worth any money, really. Okay, I'm in the right area now. I know I'm checking the map a lot. That's because my short-term memory is just kind of dying on me today. Wrong way. Like, now that we've got some... Oh yeah, this is the room I was talking about. See how there's 4 of these caskets, and now one of them's lit up? And this is almost the exact same, like, pedestal bed-looking thing that was in the other area. Just with a bunch of people trying to grab it for some reason. So more than likely, once all 4 of these are activated, which all 4 have to then be in this area, I presume. Much like the 4 grails were in the other area. Then we'll gain access to something. That's how we got the katana I've been using, the blood sword you saw come out a couple times. Because of that, though, I completely missed my exit for where I was going, which is why I kept opening the map before. God damn it. Hang on. Spaced out because I remembered that this was nearby. Yeah, it's right around up here that I was trying to get to. Oh, we could have actually gone in here a while ago. So clearly I would not have wanted to go in here any earlier. But for those wondering why I say we could have gotten in here a while ago, we needed some goggles we picked up back like 6 areas ago to open those spooky doors. So we might have needed... What? Wait, if you're an enemy, why have I been giving you things this whole time? Hold up, that's a new wrinkle. I always was suspicious of you. Though maybe it's just the same model. Ow. Haven't seen you guys in a while. Need to get some distance so I can heal. Good enough. Deal with these two first, and then synchronized ADSC over here is really not a problem. Nah. Oh no, they're gonna get me. Whee! I just need to not trigger either of them to charge till they're at the same position as the other, and this is a cakewalk. Just gonna take a hot minute for them to die. Oh. They broke the cycle. Oh, there we go. Fixed it anyway. Booga booga booga. Way to smack your head on the wall there, genius. Good job. Are you gonna get me? You did a good job. Yes, you did. Aha, there's another one of these. Now, both of these were over on this side. No, they weren't, because one was over here, one was down there. So they're not laid out in what direction they're in. One's going to be up here, and the other is almost certainly up there. Because we've covered so much ground around here already, so it's easy to find them. Do 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 do. I could jump up like half this ladder if I really wanted to. Good day, madam. Yeah, this is quicker. Needed to break these in order to get into a big door at the beginning of the game. Well, relative beginning. When the real game had started rather than the intro. Excuse me, pardon me. Pardon the intrusion. Just passing through. You know, it's fair. I'd probably do that to somebody walking through my living room without being invited to. Now, I'm not sure if I'd shoot them in the back, but, you know, that's a whole other thing. Or he makes a nuisance of himself. Ow. Speaking of people making a nuisance of themselves... Well, this wasn't worth it. But that... Oh yeah, this is the big door that I opened with those chains on that note. So that was pointless. Makes you wonder how they expected you to get... I guess, yeah, you might have just been able to grab that ledge the whole time. I think I just never bothered to try. I can't get up there from here. I'm gonna have to go around. For those wondering why there's a weird cutoff in the map there, that's because that's a death pit from up there, but from down here, it's still just a part of the normal area. Another jerky child. I was worried that was going to be another death pit somehow. Go ahead and touch the checkpoint. Get our magic back for free. I'm carrying 13,000, but I'm just not going to worry about it right now. 13,000 is not that much in the scheme of things we're at anymore. Rude. Why you gotta be so rude? Because you're an evil small child with a bag on your head and a knife in your hand, I know. But still, don't do that. I was so scared that I was gonna just fall because the game decided, oh, you wanted to shortcut it? Fuck you. This is where I first encountered those stronger flyers, because I climbed up here as soon as we had the grapple, figuring this was gonna lead somewhere. Which it did. That's how we found the small child that's now residing in the manor. But we couldn't get up here till now. Well, that's an interesting thing. Well, Okay, wrong one. That's the one I wanted. But it's too late now. Interesting how there's just tougher versions of the things from this area up here, though. I both appreciate that and don't. Because it makes them feel kind of weird when they're stronger without having a different sprite of any kind. Which they're still not very strong. They're about on par with where they were when we were first here. Ooh, hello. Gimme. Another herb. Why are there so many of those around here? I mean, I guess they are associated with the aristocracy, so... Guess that's the thing. Because we are probably in the richer part of town right now. Got real mixed feelings about jumping off of there, not gonna lie. There we go. Yeah, I'm just gonna go out on a limb and assume I don't want to do that. I instead probably want to somehow make it there, and I think I know how. But I really would rather this guy not be here. Is what you do is you jump, you dash, and then you do your double jump, but just, like, slightly better than that. In fact, I wonder. Yep, sure can. Okay. I can't ledge grab in this form, though, so that doesn't quite work. Oh yeah, by the way, that's just a thing I can do. For anybody who hasn't seen me do that, that's just a thing I can do. We picked that up a while ago as well. For some reason, alongside the ability to punch open certain doors. This is going to take a minute, I think, because this is going to be precise. It's also going to involve Eric actually grabbing a ledge when he's supposed to, which is a thing. God damn it, Eric. Don't vex me, man. I really needed to grab that. I don't know if we have to be up there, but I presume that I have to get up there at some point. For fuck's sake. Like, we definitely smashed our head into that spot that time, and he's just like, ledge? What ledge? For the love of God. Okay, I have a plan. Fuck your game mechanics. I should have just done that from the start, but I was trying to do it the way that presumably they intended, considering there was the cloth there indicating for you to grab there. This also was not worth it. In fact, there's a grab point here. Was that just to save you if you decide to jump off? But why? This, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be another case of regrettable curiosity. Or not. Sometimes leaps of faith pay off. But I guess they really expected you to leap of faith that, because we couldn't see shit. You know, I never thought that I'd miss fighting these guys, where their patterns are so simple, they don't have piles of ranged attacks to pelt you with every time you step out of their range. They just try to stab you. Which, that's the other thing that makes fighting these things again kind of crazy, is the fact that they didn't add to their patterns at all. They're just tougher. Which, don't get me wrong, they are a lot tougher. As demonstrated by the fact that when I was down below, we were one-shotting most of these. But now they actually take a few. You, fireball for you. You know what? You're annoying. So, off with your wings. I do believe we get more focus back when we do that, which makes it actually have a mechanical benefit. Oh, you bastard, throwing those at that longer range. Come on now. I also didn't realize there was two of the Batmen until now. Because I got hit by a dark blast without seeing the other one do it. So I'm like, where? How? And then I saw the second one and I was like, oh. See, I knew I had to come over here. That's 3 out of 4. But now we just gotta figure out where the last one is. Because one of my thoughts turned out to be a dead end, so... Here, maybe? Possible. It might be behind this door, though, which would stymie me greatly. And no, I didn't stutter. That was just 2 near identical sounds back to back. We also have a lot of money in our pockets right now, though. We should probably get rid of it without falling to our death. I am so glad that grapple has good range. Because if anyone thought I was calm when I made that jump, you'd be wrong. There was a massive internal clench on that one. It was just, you know, an internal clench. I did not need to scream in terror as I leapt across there, because it wouldn't have changed anything anyway. And I've had a bad track record with saying things like, I believe, when I go to make jumps like that. So we just don't do that. Okay, so... we gained a lot out of doing that. Also, this list has gotten really long. Just straight over to the weapon guy. Oh, right, you're at a demi-shade ore. And we don't have enough to upgrade any. Wow, really? The scaling on it's going up again? Or did this one not go up yet? I don't remember if this one went up and then went up again, or if it hadn't. Oh wait, yeah, because we couldn't afford the upgrade that raised the scaling. Right, we just saw that that was there. And then I got excited and then forgot about everything else. Right. Demi-shade, or we could go buy some from Katarina. In fact, we may as well do that so I don't forget that she has it. Hey lady, sell me the rocks you're holding.
I am gratified. Your sense of find this.
Yes, my sense of duty, not my sense that you have things I want. No, that's clearly not what brought me back there. Thank you for the rocks. Goodbye. Probably never see you again. So it's very funny that I'm upgrading the katana again, and I haven't even used it in the past few fights. Oh yeah, I also actually can't afford to. I spent too much money getting the material to do so. I didn't have to buy all of the ones she had, but I wanted to never have to think about buying them from her again. We could upgrade the whip again. We have enough money for that, and enough moon silver. The whip did prove itself once again when I used the lightning dust on it to fight Manfred, so it's not useless. And I could work on moving the Boreal Blade up as well, but that again starts leading to splitting my Demi-shade in too many directions. The other option is I level up some more. We won't quite get 2 levels, so it's probably not ideal to level up. So we'll go ahead and upgrade the whip again. And what we'll do is we'll use the katana and the whip for a while. How many of those weird jerky babies am I carrying at this point? I have 5 of them on me. You can carry up to 20 of them. So I feel like there's a lot of them scattered around. I just don't know if they have another use other than giving them to the creepy lady.
Treasure you have
Oh.
in your possession. The eyes of one who saw all, yet whose soul could not fathom all that it witnessed. He was of stronger mind and heart than you.
Rude.
No one is ready for what is beyond the sight of the naked human eye.
Fair. You're just not gonna say the last sentence? Okay. She just straight up didn't have voice for the last bit. Huh. Good to know I have a real treasure here. Wish I knew what to do with it. But if she had a reaction to it, maybe some of the other people will too. I didn't even think about that.
I am gratified to lay.
Nope.
We cross paths once.
Nope. Gonna assume nobody really has anything to say about this concept then. But I'll check in with both of these two just in case.
You are audacious in your
We've already had
very
this
wants.
conversation. That definitely tells me though that what she's talking about is important, because they don't repeat things like that unless you need to know it. Oh. I completely overlooked something very obvious in this room. Notice how 3 of the candles are lit? Let's take a quick count of these candles, shall we? 3 are lit. So 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, 9 is the one at my feet. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So, since we can carry 20 of those children, and there's 20 candles here, I presume something will happen if I give her all of them. I thought I was getting swindled when she was only giving me a pittance for each one. So either there's thresholds where we'll get something along the way, or we have to give her all 20 and then something happens. Either way, here, take the stupid things. Yeah, because you'll notice we're getting 200 for each one. And that's apparently all we're getting. Okay. Well. So that means we have like 12 more of those things to find. Brain. We don't have anywhere else to go in here or here. We're still missing one spot for the hearts. But let's quickly pop over here, because there's a couple high spots we can jump to here in the literal first real area we went to. Is the chapel at the bottom of the list is the first place we went to, and we went from there to here. And then from here we got to Mithrangal and to the manor. I thought for a moment it was loading a whole new area. It appeared to not quite be the case. This is also where we first encountered these bombers, which is why I was kind of surprised to see them in the city. Because we didn't see those things since then. I don't know why these guys are so weak. Yeah, the strength of these guys is confusing. I wonder if you're meant to go here first after getting your double jump. Oh yeah, some of the executions in this game are nasty. Like, if I could trigger it, the axe one's also pretty wild. Okay, that's not death. That's just a hole. Because you plant the axe straight where that guy's head was going to be. Oh, that just led back to where we've been before. Oh. Oh. We might never need a double jump to get up there in the first place, is what that means. I probably could have come up here using the grapple earlier from this side. And we could have gotten to there that way as well, which is why they were as weak as they are then. I could have been here a while ago. Oh, hi, Giant. I'm so happy to see another one of you. I'm happy to see that you're a lot easier to kill at this point. Goodbye. That's it, huh? Some combustion powder? Well, this was worth my time. I mean, he did give me 4 free healing items, so I'm not that upset. I am still slightly upset. Because that means that this whole side path here was kind of extraneous, which makes me wonder what this door's deal is, then. So there's a big spike pit, I think, over here that we can probably cross now between double jump, the air dash, and everything else we've got. Convenient. spikes, less convenient. More spikes. Yeah, this definitely was designed for you to be using the grapple to get across all of this, and then you would have pulled the lever to come back down. So we could have come into here back when we first got through the crypt, because the crypt is where we got the grapple. Oh well. Also, it's been proven that our health is extended by picking up a key item, because we have a yet longer health bar now that we picked up the ability to double jump. Yeah, you'll notice this is spikes as far as the eye can see here. Yep, that's what I figured. And it's another baby. Well, Eric, if you had grabbed that ledge, you wouldn't have died. I mean, it's only 8,000. I don't even know if I care. No, I really don't. We've already gotten the thing that's over there, so it really doesn't matter. This area we can't do much with still because all of those are key doors, and I don't think we have the key yet. Because I haven't seen any keys indicating that we would be going back there. So this is all checked off now. Still missing a little bit in here. While I'm on the roll of feeling stupid, let's make sure of what I said before about that not being a breakable wall. I hate when I'm right that I was wrong. What I love is that I've hit that before. I absolutely had to have hit that wall before. There's no way I wouldn't have. Now, the thing that's bothering me the most is this means this is another thing we could have gone up and gotten a while ago. Which explains why the only thing holding us back was the... Other than theoretically needing double jump. Wait, now is... What was even up here? Is there even anything? You know what? I'm not gonna think about it. I'm just gonna pull this lever, be happy that this is now checked off. This is why we double check things. And now I don't need to think about that door anymore. That door doesn't exist. Because I thought we were where the spectral door I walked through to do that one arena fight was. But clearly I was wrong about that. And this is also why I introduced that thought with the point about, while I'm feeling stupid, let's make sure if I'm stupid about other things. There's also a house we can get on top of now that we couldn't before. But it just has a single item on it. I think that was back right up here before that whole sequence, so it'd be actually at the top of that elevator. I don't know why some of this sticks in my brain and some of it doesn't. Used to be I could keep all of this information in my head at any given time. But I also do a lot more varied things that are all still related to each other. Yeah, this ledge right here. What's this? Oh, good, it was a healing injection. Well, that's exciting. So where's our mysterious fourth heart? Could be down here somewhere. No, it's over here, probably. Because there's a ledge there. That's probably the place. You can just barely see it on the map, but there's a ledge there in the darkness. Oh, good. Yeah, we cleared out that whole area. We now have double jump, so I'm going back and cleaning up everything double jump lets us reach. I'm glad the buggy streak thing disappeared. You missed me completely bugging out a boss and then choosing to reset it rather than winning the fight that way. That's pretty much one of the most notable things that happened. Because he was just completely frozen in place, and I'm like, I don't want to win that way. It only took like 2 tries after that to win the fight, so really, it didn't bite me that badly, but it did bite a little bit. Not yet, because with what capacity would I be able to do that and not derail what I'm doing? It's not like a one-button process to clip something. But I probably will go back and do it later. That's fair. To my knowledge, no one did, but like I said, I could always go back and do that. Yeah, I've got a couple things to submit to them from this game at this point, because some bombable walls didn't blow up that were supposed to, which caused us to run in a loop for a long while in that ice area, so I need to tell them about that. I'm pretty sure they already know, but I'm going to make sure that they have, like, a submitted, clear, this is how it happened. Oh yeah, we haven't talked to you in forever. Right, because we went and got your flowers and then completely forgot about it. There you go.
Consumed by the whispers that haunt from whence these flowers came. I would have never dreamt that such beauty could survive in such a cursed place. I am deeply grateful for this gift. Now I may mourn my husband as a wife should.
She asked for those like 10 hours of gameplay ago, and then I just completely forgot, because I don't remember even when we got them. Welp. And I think she just gave us a little bit of money, so I don't feel that bad about having forgotten about you. I think this was just a treasure room. Yeah. And now she's gone. Well, it's not even that. I was hoping for an item is more the thing. Because even by the point where we got those flowers, 3,500 wouldn't have been incredible. It would have been decent at that point, but it wouldn't have been like, holy shit, this was worth trekking halfway across the universe and back for. Because if I remember where we got those flowers from, that's a long trip. So, I would have expected a little bit more out of that. But with her whole line complete, she's gone now, so there's that, I guess. I thought the elevator was in one of these 2 spots. It would have to be, right? Tell me your secrets. Oh, wait, I think we saw that and didn't reach it. So I have to go back around to the sea cave to get there. Right, okay. It's another case of our vision's farther than we can actually get to sometimes. Yeah, you know, actually that makes sense, because if I'd used that elevator, why would I have not checked off the rest of that part of the map? Sometimes I can be real oblivious. Like, I can connect dots from 1,000 miles away, but if you want a dot 2 feet away, you're on your own. only just now realized he's saying, let me show you my knives. And then he throws a fire bottle. I feel like he's lying to me somehow. I mean, I'm holding a really big knife. Does that count? Oh wow, he actually survives a hit from this thing. Yeah, I knew. But you know I had to. That's just harsh. The joys of backtracking. No. Am I on the right track? Yes, I am. Yeah, because we couldn't get up through these gaps before. Not that we needed to, because we walked all the way around, but now we can shortcut up. And then we were here, which is where we found the guy who we gave the book to. Now we have access to this elevator. And nothing else, okay. So it looks like this elevator just leads back up. That said, there's that ledge I saw over there. Oh, I actually need to grapple to that. Okay. And there's a temporary checkpoint here. Huh. Interesting. Arena fight again? Yep, this is where the last heart is then, like I figured. What? I didn't think I was that hurt. Okay, game. Right then. Nah, this is fine. Or they'll just not get hurt by that. Okay. I love that fireball. It's such a good fireball. These two are all that spawned? You have made me very suspicious, video game. That's a bit better. I wonder if they expected you to get to this one sooner than one of the other ones we did. I don't know what order they expected you to get to these in. Come on. One more time. Later. Well, that wasn't so bad. And last heart. Ta-da! Now we get another thingy. Whatever that thingy is. Any secrets? Nope. Okay. I'm gonna get a thing. I don't know what it is, but I'm gonna get a thing. Do 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 do. And that's probably what the elevator's for, is to get you back up after you get this done. This should spit me out right near the graveyard, actually. Or not. Well, this isn't where I thought I was going to be, but it's got a checkpoint, so it kind of works out. Huh. Well then, this actually gets us access to the upper district proper. And this, I presume, will lead me eventually to the door to the church that I... Bunga bunga. You appear to be full of worms. I don't mean to alarm you. Yep, definitely full of worms. Symbiotic horror. Yeah, that checks out. Lots of gargoyles. Oh, you don't get a double jump after jumping off one of those either. Okay. I guess since you're not touching the ground. It just feels like a good idea to link these two places up while we're here, so I don't have to think about it later. Because now we have access to this checkpoint that's right over here as well. And this also gets us back into Mithrigal proper. Which, I don't remember where this elevator spits me out either, but this might be closer to where I was trying to be. And thanks to the checkpoint, we can go back and forth whenever we want anyway. Yes, this is actually pretty close to where I wanted to be. Perfect. I remembered a thing. Give me the thingy. Whatever it is. Taking a nap on the weird thingy. Ta-da! Powder of the Damned, Combustion Powder, Emily Stone. Yeah! The Devourer of the Betrayed. Legend states this blade emerged from a complex ritual of the Daughters of the Night Tide, invoking a dark power. The blade replaced with a layer of rust and corruption more resistant than any mortal material. The discovery of similar blades was made on a seabed near Heirloom. The Black Holes restarted the study of the union of this power with the Nycrux, and were able to harness it, but they became corrupted, seemingly consumed. Neat. And we got a Nocturnal Charm. Neat. This was all very convenient, very helpful. Just 10% more max focus and health, huh? Okay. And our new sword is a regular katana, so it'll be faster, and it does dark damage. The scaling on it's not great, but it may scale better with mind as a whole then, so when it upgrades, it'll probably, instead of this one, which raised its dexterity scaling, will probably raise its mind scaling and be better? Which makes me upset to have put as much into the Rift of Blood as I did, but it's okay. Yeah, because this attack's basically like the starting sword. So the reach is definitely worse. That's a neat trick. I don't know. We'll think about that. It is interesting that both of these have led to katanas, though. I'm just happy to have another loose end wrapped up. Yeah, for an unupgraded weapon, though, it doesn't do bad damage. Just got nothing on our well upgraded weapon for obvious reasons. So on that note, let's go back to the checkpoint and see if the first upgrade or so of that weapon makes a massive difference for it. If it doesn't, it may be left on the wayside. Which will be unfortunate, but, you know, that's just how it goes sometimes. You get a weapon too late and you just can't do anything with it. Because unfortunately, we've picked up too many elemental weapons that I would like to use now. So as I've mentioned multiple times, we're kind of at an impasse there. That does gain a decent bit straight away. 9 dark and 7 physical. The thing is, the Rift of Blood started out stronger than that. And, you know, comparatively, this started out stronger than this did. But I have to assume that this attacks slightly quicker, because it certainly seemed like it did. Though the speed difference is definitely negligible. The only thing that could save this is if that scaling goes higher. This is going to upgrade its scaling the next upgrade 8 gets. And make an already very strong weapon stronger. Because I was originally going to raise this one up. Because it has the same attack set as the Fire Striker, but it's ice, and it has better mind scaling. Which, thanks to the scaling, this already does well. The problem is its frost damage is, like, negligible. But it's got the same problem the Fire Striker does, basically. Its elemental damage is weak. The problem is, I don't have a consistent source of Demi-Shade ore. We have infinite moon silver as long as I'm willing to grind. So all of these weapons that need moon silver ore, I could theoretically upgrade all of those all I want. As long as I'm willing to sit there and do the grinding. Because if you look in his shop, he has infinite moon silver stones now. But he still has a limited quantity of Demi-Shade, and we bought him out on that. We had bought him out on moon silver before, and he gained infinite moon silver. So I'm assuming we will eventually gain infinite Demi-Shade with him as well. Okay, good. It does actually raise its scaling. That makes this actually viable, then. Because a C scaling actually does mean that this might become something for me, since mind is our primary. Because that puts it on even footing with this one. But this is stronger, because it does a lot of dark damage. The only thing is, it'll only be useful against things that are weak to dark. Comparatively to things like the katana we're using right now. I do still feel like I'm wasting my resources splitting it like that and taking a look at those. But I do feel like I kind of have to do that. Also, let me get rid of this marker here so it doesn't distract me. God damn it. Because we've already dealt with that. This way it doesn't catch my eye next session and I'm like, ooh, that's probably important. Because it is no longer important. Right, I can't roll through those guys, right. There's a door to punch through. Things to snag up here. We have so many bullets just sitting in our inventory at this point. Ow. You know what? Heck with you. Bye. Just isn't worth the time it'll take to kill him. Speaking of people that aren't worth the time it'll take to kill them. Ow. Ow, 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 ow. There are tiny bat people now. I really disagree that that fireball caused that to go off, but okay. Like, obviously a fireball would cause something like that to explode, but I feel like it wouldn't have made contact. Also, the fact that these little buggers grab my face and try to kill me is upsetting. Okay. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Pardon me. You have fun over there. Well, that happened. Ooh, a button. Oop. Yep, figured. Do 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 do. Do do. I don't have to try and stop you. You'll stop yourself just fine. Oh, this is awkward. Whee! You know, I really thought I was gonna get roasted on the way down when I dropped off like that. Oh, I don't like this. Eeny, meeny, miny, death. Oh, well, this isn't as bad as it could have been. I was expecting a boss fight. Instead, it's a bunch of miniature menaces to society. And some less miniature ones. Ow! Why you gotta hit so hard? Oh, you were smart enough to pay attention, huh? There we go. Well, there's another not-so-small menace to society. Oh, yeah! This thing used to be a boss fight. It would do the blood beam, and then the other one like him would try to attack me on the ground by doing the punch. Those were the days. That was back when we broke through the Inquisition place. That was like 6 areas ago. Now he's just a chump. Not that he was that much of a boss fight then either, but you know. Hi, why weren't you a part of the big fight over there? Yeah, you know, everybody's got to get demoted eventually. You know, I really thought I could pass through him for some reason. Forgetting a lesson I learned a long time ago with those, that they're solid. Unlike most things. God damn it. And the timing on that is not lost on me. What to do about you is the better question. There we go. Yeah, they really are just regular enemies now. Huh. I almost feel bad for them. Except they're gonna be annoying, so I feel less guilty immediately. Ironically, out here in the open field, they're more dangerous than they were in the confined space of their boss arena. Because they got more room to fly around and be a pain in the butt. So I can also jump higher now than I ever could when I fought them before. So I suppose it balances out. I admittedly only died because I had to get across there and I wasn't about to bash into another bomber. Mithrangal Holy District. Huh. Okay. I was gonna say I'm not sure how to feel about the spacing on these checkpoints because they're closer than the last few areas have been. But they're not actually as close as they look. That I just have crossed a lot of distance because we can move so much better with the double jump. So we're getting a lot less stuck. A lot of empty bridges around here. Hi there. Madam, I would like you to control your dogs, please. Okay, you can't control yourself either. Fair enough. This unfortunately means both you and your dogs will be put down. Of course it won't open from this side. Why would it? You know, it's not a door. It's clearly not meant to work the way doors do. Why would doors ever open? Hi. Goodbye. There's no point in dealing with you. Or you. Ah. Well, that's exactly why that's not allowed, yeah. If it's convenient, that's not allowed. Yep, you're on the same wavelength on that one. Okay, more ladies with umbrellas. Okay. That's not a death pit. May as well be with the amount of crap down here, but, you know. Yeah, I knew that was a setup. Ooh, an elevator. Bye. Just gonna go ahead and activate that. Huh. That did not go where I thought it was going to go. But it did open another shortcut, so I'll take it. Oh, that's just a hole. More bullets. I think I know how to get... No, there's a door. Never mind. Yeah, we've also been... Wait. We've been there. How did... Oh. Ow. Oh, I see. We went to the right. I mean, we went to the left, and this was to the right. Right. Okay. That all makes sense now. Never mind. This was all revealed because we went up the elevator and passed it. That's why I got confused. Like, wait, if we've already been in the room, why is there an item still there? Why didn't I pick that up? I'm not that crazy, usually. Not without something trying to murder me. And there was Definitely insufficient murder at that location for me to not be looting. Figured there'd be a secret room right here. What is this? There's our baby. Mithrangal resident note. Rumor is that they are relentless, two opposing sides but one adjoining desire to rule. Despite the devastation they cause, they remain hidden. She gathers followers, women who roam these lands with one intention, sabotage. He recuperates, his strength mustered by the innocent, drawing in those who oppose him to further his cause. Yeah, that sounds like the two sides we've been dealing with. I think we only have a name to put to one side, and that would be Laddock is up at the very least part of one of those two sides that have been such a problem. At least, again, according to Annabelle, who we can't guarantee she's telling us the truth, but I might be about to get crushed. No, they were polite enough to wait this time. Very good. Unfortunately, the elevator is not here for me to pull that magic trick a second time. There we go. Enjoy fire. I mean, it really... No, it would benefit me to take the elevator because it'll get me closer to where I'm going. Because in order to get back to that door, we have to go through the staircase with all the stroller ladies again. Which is still such a weird thing to have trying to kill you. But at the same time, I've met some women pushing strollers that would definitely try to kill me. I already hear something I don't like. Yeah, it's not quite what I thought I heard, but...
Fresh meat, fresh blood. Is there more?
I mean, usually, yeah. You've got quite a bit right there in the body in front of you, but I guess it's not as fresh anymore, huh? You've been chewing on him for a bit, haven't you?
Who are you? What are you looking for?
That is a surprisingly intelligent question out of you.
Everything is lost. Can't you see? Corrupted. Dead.
Oh, wait a minute. Are you the guy that was trying to find his stuff? Or at least the power you claimed belonged to you? 'Cause you sound kind of like him.
You think you heal. You'll become superior.
I mean, I feel like I'm already superior to you at the very least. 'Cause I've killed one like you before. I'm gonna have to do it again, aren't I? I'm not impressed. I will say, he's the most well-spoken of the monsters we've run into in this game so far. I'll give him that. Gonna put a big old doubt on that one there, buddy. Yeah, you're definitely tougher than the one like you I fought before. Here. I thought I jumped over that. Turns out not so much. How do you like that? You still got the same weakness as the rest of you. Here, I can do that too, except mine's fire. You know, I'll give you one thing that I don't have. I don't have wings yet. I'd like some wings. I mean, I guess I technically have wings now, but I want real wings. Wings that let me fly. Would mean dealing with nuisances like you would be a lot easier.
Violence and death.
Bold of you to assume those weren't the old ways to begin with. It's nice having a monster I can banter with, though. Ow.
To think yourself superior to me.
I'd say the one winning the fight, but it's kind of at a standstill a little bit at the moment. There we go. Now I'm the one winning the fight. Wow, that hits really hard. Apparently I can only do this in human form. There we go. Enjoy that.
To think yourself superior to me.
We've already covered that. Though you are definitely changing that situation drastically and rapidly, I'll give you that. Really gotta stop fucking around with this guy so much, huh? That is enough out of you. Face down in his food. There we go, another dried cold one liver. We haven't gotten one of these in forever. But we passed the one we did get off to the woman in the attic of the manor. And she said there were more of them. So, well, that answers that. I do wonder if it used to be that guy I was talking about, though. Might have been. He might have found what he was looking for and it didn't work out. Because he was definitely cursed too, so... Huh. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Hold that thought. Rather than blitzing into that running on empty, let's go restock first. This is a checkpoint not awful far from here. It is interesting how things have kind of come full circle. We started out in Mithragar, we had to run all over the countryside, and now here we are back in Mithragar. So I don't know if we're approaching the end or not. I feel like we're getting close. Which is why I'm still going at the moment. Also, we have 56,000. I should spend that before something bad happens. It's like, we've got a lot of loose ends still.
I am gratified.
But I feel like there may be a lot of loose ends left because of me not following every side quest through. I don't know. It's hard to really guarantee anything with these kind of games. There you go.
I am most grateful, my dear. I feel it's a refuge.
Of course, my search hasn't ended yet. You do have more Demi-Shade ore now. And a new spell. Night Tide's Dismissal. I can throw fire tornadoes now. Gimme. I'm not gonna buy you out on that, but I will buy 2 of those. I'll buy the other 3 later. because I don't want to spend all of our money. But I am definitely interested in casting fire tornadoes. I do wish it would actually properly highlight just the left hand or just the right hand when you have a weapon for one or the other hand. I don't think that was enough demi-shade. Oh no, that was enough demi-shade to upgrade something. Oh, that's right, because we bought a bunch last time. We are still using this sword. But I'm gonna keep working this one up. Yep, that's what I was hoping for. Next level is B rank scaling for it. Beautiful. There's always a weapon that has ideal scaling for a stat, and we hadn't found the perfect mind scaling weapon yet. Yes, you've said that before. Though in hindsight, it makes sense that that weapon would be the one that has some of the best mind scaling, because the different elements have also been scaling with different stats. Like fire seems to be primarily for instinct, ice and dark for mind. Electricity was also instinct. Which is why we were getting huge gains when we raised our instinct before as far as our magic went, because we were using a bunch of lightning magic. So knowing that, I probably could have a much cleaner setup as far as our stats go, because I ended up convinced that I needed both mind and instinct for magic to be at its best. And technically I'm not wrong with that thought, but it's not quite right either. Yeah, we'll take the Devourer of the Betrayed out for a spin again now that it's been upgraded a little bit. It also feels fitting. Though with the type of enemies we're dealing with here, it probably isn't gonna work quite right. That's why we have the other sword ready to go. I should also try our nice little fire tornado on the next thing I see. The fact that it says damaging enemies in its path implies to me that it'll move, which means it should get a lot of hits off. You again?
Thou art unworthy to be in the presence of such a holy place.
Didn't I kill you?
A mere knight torn, born to serve our righteous Lord Laddock, and serve thee shalt. In the name of Junus, thou must not resist.
We did this dance before and you lost. You really want to do this dance again now that I'm stronger? Wrong button. Though I will admit a fire tornado is probably not the best choice against you. Oh, you're doing that again, huh? Okay. Oh, she has larger AoE to her shots now. Well, she can be a more polite dance partner if she really wants a dance. The fire tornado actually wasn't doing bad. Knowing I need to deal with her again. Is there anything that would actually help here? Answer is not really. I could bring something to get rid of burning, but if I have to get rid of burning, we've already lost. And for anyone wondering, yes, I knew I was going to immediately get punished for talking shit there. There it goes. I was trying to bait her to do that, and she just was sitting there, and I'm like, okay, we can both sit here. I don't mind. Not what I meant to do. But you also don't have your big bully boy with you this time. I guess he's the one who actually died. Yeah, I can't clear that. I keep trying to jump all the way over that, but that doesn't work. That didn't work. Because he insists on casting things in front of himself instead of closer. And I know that sentence sounds stupid, but it makes sense. How about no? Also, we've had this exact conversation before. And it really didn't end well for either of us last time. So what makes you think it's gonna go any better this time for either of us? Though I guess you are just a puppet. Why would you know any better? I don't know why she just kind of stands there sometimes. It keeps throwing me off more than her actual attacks do. Remember what I said about if we get burned, we lose? Yeah, there it was right there. Because it interrupted my only chance to heal, pretty much. She's definitely gotten stronger. I don't think she's that strong still. Like, she's basically doing her pattern from the end of the last fight. Wrong button again, you goddamn fool. Why is it always in the boss fights that I screw that up? I know why, but I'm still annoyed about it either way. And for anyone that's wondering why I haven't used the beast form yet, I'm saving that for later in the fight, though I keep forgetting that I can recharge it reasonably easily, so I probably should just use it. Since we move a lot faster in this form. Oh, you just suddenly have evil tornadoes now that block the edges of the arena. That's interesting. I accidentally left the arena. Huh. I didn't know I could do that. Well. Yeah, except now the fight reset, and I gained no benefit from that. All I'm doing is now fighting her in a worse position. How do I keep breaking things? Oh, right, because I break things by existing. Right. How about no? Here. Oh god, not that old thing. There we go, got her with the ice and threw her own bomb back at her. This is a neat new trick you got here, lady. I don't like it, but it's a neat trick. Wow, that hurts. I am so glad I'm in beast form. That would have killed me. Wow. That fight seems designed for beast form, because if you're not, you're screwed.
Failed thee. Unite, never shall we forgive nor forget. Thou shalt learn thine place amongst the scourge. A mere Nighttorn hath no place here.
Well, you're the one who just lost to a mere Nighttorn, madam. So think about that before you get uppity again. Some rocks. Okay. Did I get anything else for having done that? Well, I got something. Oh, it's goopy here. It is flooded with blood. Thanks, I hate it. Oh, just touching that makes me bleed, huh? Great.
I'm in danger!
Oh, yeah. Also, hey, Shifu. Yeah, probably not. Carmilla might disagree, but other than that, I think this is a bad place to be. I'm going to go touch that checkpoint and come back to this idea, because boy, it sucks in there. And I don't mean this checkpoint, I mean the real checkpoint. The one that actually fixes me. Because, boy oh boy, I did not like the looks of the flying spear guy. Especially not stuck in the blood soup. Well, I'm still stuck in it all the same, so it really is a problem either way. We did get a little more demi-shade ore to go with the money we just got, so maybe, just maybe. Yeah, we're one short of that, so I'd have to go up and buy another one. That... For now, I think we'll focus on some more levels. I really don't feel like climbing up there to go buy the demi-shade ore I need. I know it's just right up there, but still. And this way we get up to a nice even 40. We have 7,000. Let me spend another chunk of it, making sure we have enough healing.
We must be vigilant.
Yes, yes. Because we spent a bunch of these in that fight. There we go. Don't need to worry about that anymore. And if I die and lose 3,000, I don't feel bad. Now, there's a chance that this might be the final area. Considering there's been a lot of talk about Junis in general leading up to this, and... Well, no, because I don't think I think we still haven't dealt with the actual cathedral that was the focal point of some of the problems. Unless the ministry is a cathedral. Which I guess it could be, maybe. Could be both. Looks like a cave to me. Back to Blood Soup Land. Okay, he's not super tough. He's probably going to be a case of mostly dangerous just because you can't maneuver away from him. Or her. Well, that wasn't so bad. Yeah, Hallowed Priestess of the Sacrament. Okay. I am so glad we have an anti-air spell that isn't the very slow lightning bolt. There we go. Yeah, these aren't so bad. They just look scary. Oh good, these things again. The list of things I didn't want to see again, they're not that high up there, but they're still on that list. There's the explodey spears we ran into in that one arena. I've said exploding spears and then immediately did not consider the fact that the spear was about to blow up in my face. Well done, brain. It is only atop this holy place where flesh and the divine can connect. The chaos of the past surrounding these walls. Yet the place where the celestial meets the earth must be learned. The sepulchre a beacon. Whomever discovers such a place must ascend, both in body and mind. Well, I'm ascending now. Does that count? Ah, hold that thought. I thought there was going to be an item in there, and I was going to be happy. Oh, if there's a temporary checkpoint here, what's this way, then? Well, it was a matter of if that was just an item room, I was going to open it, grab the item, and turn around. But the moment I realized it was further progress in both directions, I now don't know where to go. Problem is, this I presume is progress since this wasn't a secret door. Oh, it really sucks in here, though. Well, that's interesting. I'm dead, but not dead. So I regret going in there. This is why I was like, I immediately don't want to go the direction of the temporary checkpoint. Well, it was bleed. I knew why I died. Because the thing is, we got hit with a pile of bleed damage all at once. You know, this way is not much better. This way really isn't much better. Get me out of the soup. One down. You hit really hard. I want you to know that. Well, this must be an item or something then still. Yeah, it just required a little bit more. Federal Admiral's Cannon. An infamous relic of the technological age, this cannon has devastating power, yet it is very expensive to maintain due to the high cost of ammunition. It is now the preserve of only the most powerful members of the Ethereal Order. Its purpose dedicated to science, an emergency measure should an experiment get out of hand. Well, well. E-scaling for instinct. Ew. It is 345 physical power, though. 6 bullets per use, though. So with the bullet capacity we currently have, we'd be able to fire it 3 times. Oh, these remove all negative effects. Interesting. I guess that explains why there's no anti-bleeding one, because it just gets covered by the anti-everything one. God damn it. I'll never get the blood out of my boots. But apparently I'm gonna need to deal with all you clowns along the way, because it's just gonna get worse. Oh yeah, it's getting burned after this is over, probably. Definitely setting it on fire. Right, that's the other problem. I can't roll when I'm in the goo. Right. We were so close to the exit of that room. Thank you for waiting. Here, have a fire tornado. Tiny! Did you finally get your internet issues sorted out, or are you just managing to have an opportunity? But welcome to a place whose aesthetic you'll probably enjoy. It's also awful in here. Ow. Hell yeah. Glad you managed to get that sorted out quicker than they were claiming it was going to get sorted out. Ow. Please stop stabbing me in the head. It's upsetting. There we go. Ooh, a lot has happened with this. Like, a lot. Mostly good? Things are getting a little wild. There's been a lot of people stabbing me in the head, and I don't appreciate that. Well, it's got like 6 meanings, technically. Hey, look, a checkpoint. Altar of the Verb of Junus. Well, that seems great. Yeah, exactly. There you go. I don't need to decode. People will explain. It is looking for group in some contexts, but in a lot of contexts, it ends up being let's fucking go. Oh, right, you respawned. Well, goodbye. You walk closer to me, I'm gonna set you on fire. Don't say I didn't warn you. So that happened. Blessed be the holy cannon. I think they got the wrong kind of cannon there. Yeah. I hope not to have that problem again anytime soon either. I am so glad I'm not down there. Oh, you can just throw those up here, huh? Yeah, a little bit. Okay, he wasn't so bad. He spent way too much time trying to cast spells at melee range. Well, like I said, that discussion wasn't for that purpose. That was just me trying to get people to answer a question. There was no further purpose to that question than that. That there doesn't need to be, like, a further motive or a further purpose to things. Fair. We've all been doing a lot as well, so it get buried. I feel like I should be up here, but also I feel like I shouldn't be up here. The very fact that I feel like I shouldn't be up here is exactly what tells me I should be up here. Those ice spears are so helpful. I do appreciate that there's a little bit of echo in here because this place is huge. Okay. Don't mind me. Oh, I need to kill those. And there's one standing in front of the thing. Okay. Hi. Thank you for not attacking me in the cutscene like your friend did before. That seems like death. That, yeah, you know, that just really seems like death over there. Let's not. Just like that's definitely death. You see the mists of death down there. Nope, nope, nope. Yeah, he does that a lot. Just usually I'm busy yelling, so you don't hear it. Hi, this is how I greet people. Your greeting was much louder and clearer. I'll give you that. For some reason, I thought he was casting the orb, not crushing me. It was just a swish and a flick, and then I was just a speck on the ground. Well, I can jump over it. We've already seen me avoid that attack. That attack's not as bad as it looks. Because you have plenty of time to get out of the way of it. I was just stuck in the healing animation because I thought I had time to do so. And then clobbering happened. This does tell me, though, that if I go this way... Yep, there's another one of these boys right here. Which lights up another, or one of those. Like I said, you definitely would be all about the aesthetic in this game, Tiny. Like, it's definitely full of monsters, so I don't recommend living here. But, living in a place that looks like this would be fine. Just, you know. Yeah. I mean, fair. I can relate. I cannot necessarily deny this statement. And you knew exactly how I was going to respond to that from the word go. I don't really see how you can make that an either or and then add the one of us, because we are both. That's also an answer in and of itself, I feel. Yeah, you'll get used to that around here. I want to break through that stained glass by jumping at it so badly, but I feel like that's not going to work, and all I'm going to do is going to fall back down to the beginning of this mess. So we'll come back to that thought in a minute. It really does, but also I just have such an urge to crash through it. Well, there's another one. Nope, didn't work. No, I don't think that will ever be explained. I found another one with a sword sticking out of its head. Killed that one too. That one was mean. Hi. Taking this. Oh, this is the front door we were looking at forever ago. There we go. There was no latch or anything, so I don't know why we couldn't open it from the other side, but it's open now. Would you like to come in and join our congregation? Nope. They wanted to join their teeth to my bones, yes. Alright, those are mine. I'm taking those. Goodbye. Hi, you need to die because of reasons. I just need to figure out what the last one is. Oh wow, they all got bored, huh? Hi, goodbye again. Do. Now, where's the last one? Maybe somewhere over here? Oh yeah, probably behind this door. Hi, goodbye. They realized the holy men weren't gonna beat me, so they got out the big man with a rock again. Oh boy. Good thing I was paying attention. Because of course, the one time they changed it, if I wasn't paying attention, I would have pitched right down that damn hole again. I think Big Man's real upset over there. Yeah, he is. Goodbye. Don't need to deal with you. Good day, sir. Just pound the rest of them into the holy paste, and I'll be back later. I mean, we got a cannon, and I do have a double-barreled gun. I just don't use guns because magic is better. Or for me. Ah, this opened a door here. So you're saying all of that, and that was to open a door. The bright side, it was a door that led back to the checkpoint. You know, going 8 steps just to go 1 step really does feel religious, all things considered. I'm pretty sure we're close to the end, which is why they're really sending me the long way around. I would like to purchase things from you, madam. Give me all of these. You didn't learn anything new. Goodbye. And if anybody's wondering why she's hanging from the ceiling, I don't know. That never has been explained, and I'm not that interested in finding out as long as she's willing to keep teaching me magic. She can do whatever she wants over there. As far as I can tell, she put herself there, so that is just her own problem to figure out. I'm one short of being able to raise both of them. Problem is, this is the one I'm using the most right now. But if I raise this enough, I can start making use of this instead. Now, kind of committed at this point. We'll get that one next. Everyone's got their thing, and as long as they keep me out of it, I don't mind what their thing is. I just don't want to be a part of it.
Only one place.
Let's see. Since I'm keeping... I'm not that curious regardless. There are many things in this world I'm curious about. That is not one of them. I feel like that is a curiosity that will lead to some of my organs no longer being a part of me. And they have been very useful where they are, so I'd like them to stay mostly where they currently are. I leave my options open. Only if it works. Well, no. I guess even if it doesn't work, I could still sell it. I would just not feel as good about it. On the note of things I don't feel good about, the constant oh yeah oh happening in here is starting to get to me a little. Hello. Wow. Real big group waiting for me here. Pity you guys are too slow. Oh yeah, at that point you just tack a results may vary on the end of a disclaimer, and then there you go. Which is very unfortunate that that actually works, really. Because it really shouldn't. I never said I wished for anything involving them doing better. Just pointing out their failures. Ow. Yeah, they're very not motivated, and honestly, I feel that. Yeah, I figured you were gonna show up again.
Face the treacherous Ladakh was in vain. It was my only opportunity to correct what has been done. What you and I have both done has doomed the world to more than it can endure. 'Tis a load that was always too leaden for our shoulders.
You're talking a lot of negativity for somebody who hasn't let the one who beat you earlier try to do the thing you just failed to do. Just remember that. You lost our last fight. Maybe you should have listened and worked with me instead of deciding to run off on your own to get your ass kicked. Have you ever considered that?
In order to vanquish Ladakh, We must find a solution. And I fear it will not be a painless one.
And your current solution was a painless one? Judging from the fact that you're falling apart again? You stay here, I'm gonna go deck him in the schnoz. It is probably not gonna work, but you know what? I'm gonna try.
Your fortunes are at an end, Nightdawn. My power is too great to contend. A power you cannot truly fathom.
Do you have any idea how many times I've heard that line? Only to be followed by, oh god, I died?
My reign is sealed by my new kin. By the sepulchre. All shall kneel to me. Honor me.
Uh-huh.
I am the architect of your existence, Nightdawn. All that you have is a gift of my benevolence. But now, for your insolence, I shall take it all back.
Have at it.
I have served you enough courtesy. Now you shall feel the wrath of your lord.
Okay, that's a neat trick. I'll give you that one. So his health bar isn't that long, but he's got some nasty attacks. I don't know. I think we can take him. We'll see how second phase goes, because I'm sure he's got a second phase with how much health he was losing there. Do you have anything else to say, or are you just gonna keep complaining? You're just gonna keep complaining. Okay, you just stay there and bleed on the floor. We'll get back to you later. Round 2. Let's take you a little more seriously this time, shall we?
Now you shall feel the wrath of your lord.
What you pointing at? Can't help but notice that you're almost out of health there, buddy. And you didn't even touch me.
Bear witness, Nightdawn. Your time has come. All shall obey me. Surrender to the ultimate power.
Uh-huh.
For I am the true God, the final savior, the last phase.
The title drop. That's better. That's more appropriate. That's more appropriate, final boss. Are you Captain Planet? Whee! Gonna have to try better than that. He's all sparky. Whee! I just cannot help but not take this guy seriously. I don't know what it is. I think he's just too pompous for his own good, so I just cannot take him seriously. Wow, dodging that didn't count, huh? Okay. Ow. He does a lot of damage. I'll definitely continue to give him credit for that. For all that you're saying they're useless, they certainly are hurting you quite a lot. I really wish you'd stop flashing the screen, though. That's getting distracting. Ow. Neat trick you got there with the split shot there. Oh. Oh, that's upsetting. I think we're losing this round. Not gonna lie to you. Will you get back here? This fucking guy. Don't need that form anymore for this. Oh, you coward. Hiding behind your minions. Some true god you are. Yeah, I didn't have enough moves left at that point. There was nothing I could have done there. Still, we got halfway through his health bar on that real phase. What other tricks do I have up my sleeve? I don't think... Well, actually, the fire tornado might work. Yeah, I think what we have is the best we're gonna get as far as that goes.
It is foolish to expect forgiveness. Your repentance shall be unworthy.
Yeah, this first phase really is nothing compared to the real fight. I'm just getting clipped because I'm trying to rush it now. And I didn't use beast form, which I really should have. Like that, if there's anything I made a mistake on here, it's not using the...
Now you shall feel the wrath of your lord.
There's multiple pronunciations for that, honestly. I've heard both. That's probably another case of both are accepted.
Bear witness, Nighthorn. Your...
Calm down, He-Man. Okay, even through beast form, that killed me. Okay. I knew I let my health get low. I'm like, maybe I can get away with this still. Nope. Okay, we'll rip the first form down and then recharge our meter from there. Or, what? I couldn't move past that spot for some reason. There was like an invisible ledge there for just a moment for reasons. Leave it to a guy like Laddick to cheat, huh? So that went worse. Shut up. Oh yeah, sure, just give him a free hit because you delayed me being able to use my healing item till he was already starting moving. So we already wasted half our healing because the game has been ripping me off left and right here. Every time I take a split second to try to do something other than dodging him, he throws one of those stupid claws at me again. What's a god to a non-believer? And I've got some bad news for you. I haven't believed in a lot in a long time. I am so tired of those claws. Because you can't dodge through those. You can dodge through a lot of what he does, but those claws go on for what seems like the entire spark chain of them, not even just the solid piece. Hey, you got a thing there. Here, let me take that. Oh, you're starting with that now, huh? Great. Love that. The camera's having a rough time with the way he warps around. Especially when I start warping around, too. The camera's like, the fuck do we do here? You little shit. Stop that. Save the rest of my meter. If I got zapped in that cutscene, I'm gonna be very angry. Nope, I didn't. Okay. You get to live. The second one is such a problem. Here, play with that. The fact that he can kill me in like 2 hits really is making this upsetting. I really do feel like this is going to turn into a fight where I basically am just going from beast form to beast form and holding things together as best I can in between. This is either that or I'm going to have to do some grinding to be able to do enough damage to match hurting him like this. Because he's otherwise got way too damn much health. There we go. Yes, yes. Yeah, this is what I was afraid of. The tornado's really not going to work here because he moves too much for it to do anything. The ice spears, however, work pretty well. Now listen here, you little shit. I don't care if you look bigger than me. You really aren't. You're not so big. You're also not so tough. Because all you are is a coward. Look at me with my fancy blood lightning. Meh, 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 meh. Forgot he does that. Whee! Woo! Doing this bit again, okay. Now's my time to heal. Oh, that's actually really generous. They gave me healing injections off those guys. This is actually a really fun fight. Aside from the claw attack. I still don't like the claw attack. I think he's mad. I just get the feeling that he's a little upset with me. Can't imagine why. Might be the constant defiance, or the poking him in the nose. One of the two. You know, if you were such a deity-level threat, though, you really should have been able to just point a finger at me and I would have exploded by now. Ow. Kind of like that, admittedly. That's a bit closer. Okay, getting a little spammy now. You know, if there were ever going to be a three-phase fight, it'd be this one. Nope. Vladik loses. What, 3-4 tries? That wasn't so bad. False god disavowed. Everyone falls eventually. You think I'm impressed? I'm not. Ooh. The statue in the manor is lit up. So the game's not over. Huh, I really thought he was the final fight. I guess it's for the best, because he really would have been a disappointing final fight. Rather than run off that way, though. Wow, these take a real long time to load for some reason. Let's see if Lisa's still standing over there. I'm curious what her reaction is going to be to us having just pummeled Vladik into the floor. And she's gone. Of course she is. As we get our focus back, touch the checkpoint to make sure we keep the fact that we did that. Now the question is that statue gonna lead to the end of the game, or is there yet more? Because if there's much more, we're probably gonna have to put it off to another day. Because we're at 7 hours here, and it's 9 o'clock. I really don't want to be going late. Vladik was being held up as, like, the big bad. But he did join the Sepulchre, so I guess maybe we have to go kill all the Sepulchre now. Probably incoming loud sound, by the way, when this cutscene ends, just like the last couple. Some kind of really big chest. Yep, there it is. One more. There it goes. Okay. I don't know why those are so wildly volume balanced away from everything else. That really could do with being balanced better. Like, I get that they want that sound to hit hard, but Jesus, that does not need to be twice the volume of everything else. And if I thought it wouldn't break things, I would have tabbed away and muted it so it didn't blow people's ears out, but... hesitation and all that. So I guess we walk back down from here, huh? I was kind of hoping there'd be a warp or something, but no. We gotta walk back out of this stupid place. At least back to a checkpoint. I gotta say, for all that they were pointing at Laddick and saying, oh, he's so scary, he's so powerful, I feel underwhelmed after killing him, if I'm honest. Really not a lot of anything seems to have happened. He just died like the other big bosses we fought. And then we broke the thingy. Still don't even entirely understand what the thingy we keep breaking does. All I know is we've got another heart. Which only one of them's different. Even Laddick's was the same as the rest of them. Which I guess is in its own way telling. He was just a mortal man pretending to be a lot more than he is. Oh. Oh. I can't warp back. Thankfully, there's a warp not very far, but that's concerning. Am I not gonna be able to spend... Game, please. Are you really gonna go out of your way to make me walk? Fine. Present video game making me walk all the way goddamn manner. Apparently I didn't do this before. I could have swore I broke that. So I feel like I hit the wall across me like every time I enter a room in this game, so I'm very surprised that one that was across... Well, I guess I never came back this way by foot, did I? I always warped. And on the bright side, it won't take that long to get back. There does seem to be a lot more enemies out in here, suddenly. Same strength, though. They just get splatted by being touched, so that's a thing. This is the way we originally got through here. And I died to these spikes before, because I bumped into one of these idiots. It is thankfully not that long a walk. Yeah, because this checkpoint was deactivated. It's still here, but it was deactivated. That still won't open. So something in this area changed. So it might just be that the manner changed and they didn't want you just walking back up from this checkpoint, because it would be a very short walk, getting rid of the checkpoint pointless. But also getting through these guys is kind of pointless because you sneeze on them and they die. I'm kind of confused by the point to this endeavor. Like, if it's to build suspense, I could kind of get that, but I don't know. I don't really feel much suspense slowly walking back through pitiful enemies. And I can't imagine that it's any kind of, like, victory lap situation. Otherwise, there'd be happy fanfares or something happening. Instead, it's still raining, it still sucks, and doom and gloom music is still playing. I swear, if I can't spend my money... Yeah, she's gone. I can still use the lantern to level, though, so that's fine. Getting the sneaking suspicion everybody's gone. Well, you're still here. That's good. Did you see what happened? Nope, you just want your kids. Well, oh, we got Infant's Blessing. There we go. An icy strike to damage and disable enemies. Okay. An artifact unwittingly created by the northern nobility from the bodies of their own babies in the pursuit of absolute dominion. These children, the unborn of the midnight aristocracy, are preserved experiments. This particular limb rumored to belong to one of very few. The power permeating this unique weapon may be mighty, but is one only a few seek. Okay, so we gave her 10, and that got us that. I presume the other 10 will get us something else, then. Mark's gone. I'm gonna go out on a limb and assume everybody's gone. Annabelle's gone. There's lanterns where some of the people used to be, though. Traces of Annabella. Did they all get turned into candles? They all dead? Who knows? Guess let's find out. Wonder of Illigarth. Well. Let's take a peek around. The fact that the statue has, like, tendrils intertwining a lot of things around here makes me uncomfortable. I've got a bad feeling about that. A lot of statues. A lot of empty hallway. Oh, hi there.
Annabella, Katerina, what brings you to this place?
Courage has blessed you. Now you must be honored.
What?
I do not wish for such a thing.
Accurate.
Come now. You have fought against the darkness, healed the hearts of so many. You are one of us in this revered chamber.
Something about this doesn't add up. This is screaming trap.
Ladakh is defeated. Diminished.
Ladakh is slain, yes, but I fear his influence still lingers.
You are correct.
But no matter. You have joined us. You have finally relinquished yourself of that feeble vanguard order.
For your moral actions, you must take your place upon the throne to rule and guide all who live in this terrible place. You will bring balance back to so many. We have all been terrorized for far too long, sitting in the shadow, slowly decaying, with our hope dwindling with every passing second.
I mean, I guess since I killed the one who was lining himself up to rule, that is how that would line up, huh?
We have seen what you have done for all of us. You have brought us together, cast aside our woes. There is no one more worthy.
This still seems like a really bad idea, though.
Take the throne and continue your noble work. Annabella and I will remain beside you. Learned counsel for you to lend an eager ear.
You're gonna try to turn me into a puppet ruler, aren't you? Well. So, gut feelings based on this right now. We accept the throne, game ends. I don't know what happens if we refuse the throne. So I'm willing to bet accepting the throne is going to be an ending. Now, I've got a couple thoughts stirring in my head on this one. I don't know if this is the kind of game that'll let me get an ending, say, by accepting the throne, and then it'll let me go back to my last save before doing that, and then do the other one, or if I'm going to have to do the whole game again. So anybody that's still up and about, what do you think? Is my instinct is actually to refuse it. Is this smells like a trap. But at the same time, I don't know where refusing it will lead. Because I'm pretty confident, like I said, that accepting the throne's going to end the game. But if you look at the weird crowns those two are wearing, and the fact that one of them looks like she's wearing a necklace of eyes, I have a bad feeling about what we'd be agreeing to by listening to either of them. We definitely aren't the type to sit on a throne. Yeah, I'm gonna see what happens if we say no.
Decline? How dare you? We weakened Ladakh, ground him down until we could rip out his heart.
And now the truth comes out.
Nearly completed the task.
Now how quickly you turn against me when I say no to what you want.
We set your destiny in motion, a clear path for you to tread. A prosperous future anointed you a key entity of a single force to oversee these lands.
But you have rejected this destiny.
So be it. You will not survive for long. You shall kneel to your God. Will kneel to me.
You just wanted me to be a friendly face in front of everybody, because they all were uniting under me. Well, that's quite the look you've got now, ladies.
With what little nerve you have left.
Ow. Alright. Neat cannon you got there. Could you not?
You would be nothing without us.
You so sure it goes that way around? I'm pretty sure you'd be nothing without me. Considering I was your instrument to destroy Ladakh. And your instrument to solve all of your problems. I'm not sure what happened there. I suddenly wasn't in monster form anymore, even though there was meter left, I thought. Well, that's unfortunate. I wonder, will they try to convince me again, or does it go straight into the fight now? This would be really funny if they're like, take the throne? Nope, they definitely want me dead now. So far, this fight doesn't seem too bad. Makes me wonder, though, how much of what we did was a lie? how much of what they told us was just to get us to do what they wanted us to do? How many of what I've actually killed throughout this game needed to die? Is we definitely fought some real monsters on our way through this. But what we've been helping this whole time is clearly no better. Which, that's about par for the course, really. Don't worry, the feeling's mutual. I can't help but feel that there's gonna be a catch to this. This seems a little too easy. Oh, they do target that, okay. That's the thing I'm worried about, yeah, is like phase 2 is gonna be them together as one or something. Or whatever they work for is gonna step out and fuck my shit up. That's why I'm kind of like softballing round 1 here instead of going all in. So I'm real worried that there's gonna be a catch to this. Is for what would be a final fight, there's too much lead time. They're just sitting around sometimes, and that bugs me. But they may not have been prepared for somebody to refuse them either. So there's a logic there as well. Oh, that targets me through it, huh? No matter whether I try to roll through. Of course, you survived with 1 hit left. Yeah, it's not over. Oh! I really thought they were gonna do like a animation up there. No, she just whipped out the scissors and fucking ripped me a new one. I was not ready for that. They got me with that one. I'll give them that. They got me. They fucking got me. I was not expecting just apeshit scissor mode. I could tell what she was holding was a pair of scissors, but I did not expect her just to go nuts with it suddenly. I expected like a whole thing, and then nah, it was just murder. No pageantry, just murder. The fact that that's an impenetrable thing kind of sucks. I do appreciate the cannon hammer, though. The cannon hammer's pretty great. Yeah, they're too busy monologuing in the fight instead. Oh, come on.
Your death will not be one of grace.
I've seen a few cannon hammers before. This one's one of the higher caliber ones, though. I'll give her that.
You would be nothing without us.
Yeah, I had a feeling I was in a screw job on that one. We did so well the first go-around of success with this, and now it's just coming apart again. One too many swings there. The feeling is mutual, ladies. Let's put an end to this farce, shall we? Yeah. She's really going all in on that disgust. You know, I should have seen that coming when they had the warning thing on the side. Wow, you're really just going for it, huh? You're really just going. That's a neat trick, though, swapping right there. Can't tell if the health bar is shorter or not. I don't think it's any shorter at all. They are definitely a lot more aggressive now. They are mad as hell, and they're not going to take it anymore. Or from me. Yeah, that's why I was wondering why nothing changed in the second half of that fight. Now I know, is that wasn't really the second half at all. This is the second half. Wow, that hits hard. God damn. Yeah, now they're just all in on tandem attacks instead of the first round where they were taking it one at a time. Yikes. Well, that's the thing, is they didn't cover that much ground with that attack, but I just happened to end up in the perfect spot for that attack, was the problem. Like, they served me up for that uppercut, and I just ran right into it. I keep screwing that up now because I end up moving too early. And I'm just all kinds of discombobulated with the fight now. Good, great, love that for me because that's gonna make the second part go so well. Alright, you know what? Enough toying around.
You would be nothing without us.
It wore off that time. I saw it actually wearing off. I actually should have pointed that the other way so she would have jumped into it. Good to see nothing's changed. Do really well the first time we make it a decent bit, and then everything after that's a wash. I don't know why some of the lines they put a lot of energy into and then others are just nah, 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 nah. I don't get it. Nope, can't roll through that. I was hoping to finish the fight just a little quicker. Come on! Stop that. Oh, you're starting the fight differently. Of course you're starting the fight differently. Really? Just playing a full game of baseball here, huh? Gotta love how a fight starts with a completely different pattern the third time. I got screw jobbed on that one. Because I haven't even had a chance to learn that pattern yet. Since we died to it in one hit last time. But there was no lead up to it this time. Just, nope. Cannon death. Ah. Back and rude is what it is. Yeah, yeah.
Your death will not be one of grace, but failure.
Joke's on you, I'm well acquainted with failure. I'm looking at two of them right now.
What little nerve you have left.
Come now. Your ineffectual efforts are ludicrous.
This is coming from the two that haven't hit me yet. There it is. I knew I was gonna pay for that comment somewhere. Yeah, they keep saying that word like I'm supposed to know what that means.
You would be nothing without us.
It's me. Now then, shall we have a real fight, ladies? Ah, they're fast. Here come the scissors. Oh, she's immune while that's happening. Okay. Ow, 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 ow. They do still have to take a break, though. That's when I get my chance there. Yeah, I fell for it again, I know. It's not actually that hard an attack to dodge. I just need to be in the right spot for it. And not keep falling for it like a sucker. That would be a good opportunity to attack, but she was at a bad spot, so I didn't trust it. Like, that's such a many-stage attack there. I wonder if there's gonna be another phase after this. Like, I need to be under the cannon is the thing to dodge that attack properly. I misread that. I thought they were doing the cannon and laser move. Oh, you turn around so quick. Why you gotta turn around so quick? Ah! I do not need a haircut. Ow. That's the way to handle that attack. Heal, you fool. Heal more. No sense saving it. We ain't gonna be able to keep it anyway. Like I said, that attack's really not actually as bad as it looks. You just need to not be a sucker and stand right where they're aiming for you to be. And I'm just not even toying with this idea. I fell for the baseball again. You get the feeling they purposely burnt out my meter there, because they really did not reappear. Oh, never mind. I guess second phase they stopped doing that, huh? Because they haven't done the reappear in place thing in a while. Ow. And they're alternating sides for baseball. Getting real tired of this one. This move is for the birds. Oh, that was a bad trade. I shouldn't have tried that trick. Yep, that was a mistake too. Okay. Getting a little dangerous now. Heal up some more. This is the winning move, though. Or they're gonna get away with a pixel. There we go. There it is. That fight's not actually that bad. It just looks really bad. Abomination vanquished. So what's stopping me sitting down on the throne now?
You would reject your fate, despite all you have endured.
Yep. Because fuck you.
I gaze now upon your wretched husk, and ponder upon what could have been fulfilled. Alas, I shall gather further disciples to heal what has been squandered this day.
Yeah, maybe a shower.
Fate has been decided. Feel the final judgment of the faith, Eric, for it is just. Rest well.
All of that just to die in a cutscene, huh? Yeah, I can't say I'm that surprised. But that's the end of the game. All in all, yeah. I'm glad I kickstarted that. I'm still slightly on the fence about recommending it without any qualifiers. Because that ice section, I still feel is wrong. I feel like that could have been cleaned up and made a lot nicer for the player to get through. This is really just a very long section. But again, it might also be a case of somebody with like a strength build who's very well protected against ice would just walk through it and not care. So there's always that to consider as well. Will I play it again? Maybe in a few years after I've forgotten everything. Or if they do like serious updates for it, I may come back to it. I doubt it though. I'm not even sure they're really gonna do anything else with it at this point. I don't know what their plans are because they didn't say anything yet. So, we'll see. I don't recognize any of those names, but maybe somebody will. I enjoyed my entire time with this, aside from it being a little rough in places. Thank you for the bits, Tiny. Celebration. Oof. This is another game. Oh, there we go. I was gonna say this is another credits line that could have done with putting people's names into. There you go. See this? You could have done that with those names up there too. Though with those they're fine. There was only like 10 names there. See, this is a credits that gets to the point. They get their shit in and out and they're done. You can read everybody's names in the time they take to scroll through, so it's not like anybody's lost. That's gonna remain a running joke because of Sea of Stars and the massive credits line that game has. Like the credits line is longer than the final boss fight. Oh, I gotta say, I kind of wish they did more fights like these last two throughout the game, rather than a lot of the fights being kind of a little mean in places, but not really anything to write home about. Like, the Laddick fight was actually really good. I really enjoyed that fight. I have mixed feelings about the Annabelle and Catherine fight because of the fact that it really became a joke once I figured that one out. The pattern was actually really simple. But at the same time, I'm kind of happy that they didn't go all out with that fight after the Laddick fight, because I feel like that would have been a lot to pack in at the end. If they spaced those out more, they could have easily made the Annabelle and Catherine fight a much bigger thing. But I think the way they did it works. I'm not sure you need to credit every font license you used, guys. And there's all the Kickstarter backers in a very, very big list. Speaking of credits that go on, that's all the people who funded at the big amount. Like, those were the top backers that went for the expensive package, I think. I don't know. Actually, yeah, because this is all the messages they wrote in the credits, which is why some of these make no fucking sense. So some of these are really good. I like some of these messages. Random Albert Einstein quote, Game Grumps reference. There's a lot to unpack with the messages people put there. I wonder if that's the same LNR that I'm aware of. Maybe. And now the really hard to read backer list in here. My old username will be in here somewhere from when I backed this, like, forever ago at this point. Because I didn't put my real name in here. Now, if I can spot it in amongst this wall of text, would be a whole other animal. And I'm not looking for it that carefully. I know I'm in this list somewhere. Is that everyone who backed the game at all got added to this section of the list, which is why this list is fucking massive. Well, to be fair, as long as the person covering this doesn't point at the name and go, "That's my name," there really won't be a problem. You could just say your name's in this list somewhere, and people would have a lot to sift through. Somebody still would, and probably somehow manage to figure it out, but that's also why I didn't use my real name for this. I know better. So it's like trying to decipher a goddamn code, trying to read all of these names at all. I get like 3 per line before it's falling apart. I read fast. Some of these lines I'm actually getting more than 3 of them. It's like I could be reading these all out loud and it would probably be making people's brains melt, but I'm just not doing that to any of you. And there's just a shrug in the middle of everything over there on the right. It's like, I could claim that I'm reading all of these lines every time, and my eyes are passing all of them. I'm processing a good, like, 3 of them, usually. That's the difference. I can perceive and acknowledge every line, but ask me the second I finished reading it which names I remember or actually noticed, it would be 3 of them. Now, imagine if somebody decided to be that guy and tried to say their name wasn't in the credits and go complain. And then somewhere in this giant pile, they're like, no, your name's right there. I'm also scanning this to see if there's any names I recognize. I don't know of anybody that I know or follow or anything that backed this too, but I'm curious to see if anybody's names I recognize show up anyway. Because what else am I gonna do when this is scrolling up for this long? Because this is the kind of thing I was talking about. Oh yeah, there is so many. Oh, it's finally done though. Now, I'll be honest, I did not spot mine in there, but there's also so many, and I don't care that much. I wasn't reading that carefully. And now, unceremoniously dumped back to the title screen. That was fun, though. Genuinely. Let's see. Just over 20 hours. And it did leave us a save right at the end there, so if I wanted to go clean up, like, all of the odds and ends on the map and things like that, I could. 20 hours for a game I think I backed for, like, 25, I think, at the time. I think it was, like, 25 or 30. To get just get the key when the game comes out tier. I almost went for the beta tier. I did consider that one, though it was, I think, closer to 40 at the time. And mind you, back in those days, I had money that I could have spent to do it. I just chose not to. Yeah, no, if you ever want to melt somebody's brain, just scroll that list past them sometime and just watch as their eyes glaze over. Because they'll just be gone. You know what would have been a smart thing for me to do if I wasn't making a full bit out of looking through the list with everyone? I could have been looking through my raid list that whole time instead. That probably would have been smarter. Oh well. Too late. So, while I'm picking out a place to go, though, what did everybody else think? I know a couple people chimed in that that's definitely not something they would play because it would be rude and difficult, and I'm like, yeah, no, that's an accurate statement. This is all accurate. Like, even I feel like some of the parts of that game were a little meaner than they needed to be. But I will say, I don't think it was any worse than a few other ones I've played. Like, in terms of balance, I'd say it's pretty comparable to when I went through Eldrand. Because some parts of Eldrand felt really hard, and then the rest of the game felt like smooth sailing, and that's kind of the same feel I got here. Pretty smooth sailing for most of it, but a couple hiccups. And I do understand why there were people in the reviews saying the game's too easy. Because some parts of that game definitely are too easy. And with, like, the best, most optimized build, you probably would blow through this game like it was nothing. Considering the only times I really struggled were the times where I was at a weird point in the build I was doing, and it just wasn't holding up. It was almost always every time when I decided to fuck around with a different idea. I'm running out of rambling to do. Yeah, you know what? Let me just make sure they're not ending in the next couple minutes, and we'll probably go there. I think I've picked out a target. Which is good, because between scrolling through this list and the backer list, my brain is definitely starting to fall out of my ass. Okay, looks like she's going for a bit yet still. Okay. It's definitely not the longest stream I've done. It's definitely at the point where I want to stop. And I've immediately forgotten how to spell their name. God damn it. Hold that thought. There we go. We'll go see Cariel, who's doing some Pokemon in Scarlet and Violet. She's been nice every time I've interacted with her over on, like, Twitter and things like that, so it'll probably be fine. I've checked her stream out a couple times as well, so I know there won't be anything bad that we'll run into there. So that should be fine. So, after all of the delaying and fiddling there, thank you all for taking the time to be here, or to watch me beat my head against the wall till we eventually put my forehead through the bricks. Monday, I don't know what I'll be doing, because Monday was going to be the overflow day for this. I do have a couple things I could pull out of my mind for that one, so we'll see what I end up coming up with. Of course, I'm happy to be here and be the silly fool for people for a while. But other than that, you'll be good to Cariel, and I will see you all hopefully on Monday. I might even see some of you on tomorrow. We'll see. Have a good one, and good night.